Welcome, whether you're new here or returning. This is a Scary Stories channel, and tonight's video brings long ghosts and haunted places stories told slowly to help you unwind. If you enjoy listening, like, subscribe, and comment your location. Settle in. Story 1. I took a job in an old library and noticed the books kept rearranging themselves into sentences I'd whispered in my sleep. The pay was barely above minimum wage, but the Aldridge Athenaeum offered something rarer than money. Silence. Not the absence of sound, but the deep, resonant quiet of centuries-old paper and polished oak. After 2 years of fruitless job hunting with my useless folklore degree, the part-time archiving position felt like sanctuary. Mr. Finch, the head librarian, hired me on the spot. He was a gaunt man in his 70s, with watery eyes magnified by thick glasses and hands that trembled slightly as he showed me the ropes. "The Aldridge," he'd said, his voice a dry rustle like pages turning in an empty room, "is not merely a repository of books, Miss Vance. It is a living organism. Treat it with respect, and it will treat you kindly." He hadn't elaborated, just handed me a worn leather ledger and a cart of misshelved volumes, his gaze lingering on me a fraction too long before he retreated into his glass-walled office. The building itself was a relic. Built in 1893 by a reclusive industrialist named Silas Thorne, it squatted on the edge of the university district like a brooding stone gargoyle. Stained glass windows depicting forgotten scholars cast fractured rainbows on dusty floorboards. The air perpetually smelled of aged paper, lemon oil, and the faint metallic tang of the old radiator pipes that groaned and hissed like sleeping serpents. My duties were simple: reshelve returned books, assist patrons, though they were few and far between, and slowly, painstakingly reorganize the chaotic Special Collections Annex, a dim, cavernous room in the basement filled with uncatalogued donations, crumbling manuscripts, and books bound in leather that felt disturbingly like skin. The first week was uneventful. I catalogued moldy ledgers, wiped grime from gilt titles, and learned the library's peculiar rhythms. The grandfather clock in the main hall chimed not on the hour, but seemingly at random intervals, its bong echoing through the stacks like a funeral knell. The fluorescent lights in the west wing flickered persistently, casting jumping shadows that made the marble busts of long-dead benefactors seem to leer. I chalked it up to the building's age. Old places have quirks. It started subtly on a Tuesday. I'd had a restless night, haunted by dreams of my childhood home, the creak of the third stair, the smell of damp wool from my father's coat. I'd woken, gasping, whispering a phrase my therapist had drilled into me during my anxiety phase. "It's not real. It's just the house settling." The words had escaped my lips before I could clamp my mouth shut. That afternoon, reshelving philosophy texts in the third-floor stacks, I froze. On the shelf labeled Ethics 1700-1750, 3 books stood out like sore thumbs, not by placement, but by title. They formed a sentence perfectly, horrifyingly. "It's not real. It's just the house settling." Hardcover bindings, a dusty green volume of Hume's treatise, a cracked spine on Locke's essay concerning human understanding, and a pristine, gold-embossed copy of Berkeley's Principles of Human Knowledge. They weren't part of this section. Hume and Locke belonged 2 shelves down. Berkeley was in metaphysics. But there they were, side by side, their spines forming the exact words I'd whispered into my pillow At 3:17 a.m., my blood turned to ice water. I scanned the empty aisle. No one, just the dust motes dancing in a shaft of weak afternoon light. A trick of the mind, I told myself. Stress, lack of sleep. I reshelved the books correctly, my fingers numb, and forced myself to focus on the Dewey Decimal numbers. That night, I slept with the light on. The second incident happened 3 days later. I'd been arguing with my landlord over the phone about a leak, my voice tight with frustration. Later, half asleep, I'd mumbled into my pillow, "This place is falling apart around me." Just venting, just words lost to the dark. The next morning, in the Special Collections Annex, I was sorting through a box of uncatalogued donations, mostly worthless pamphlets and mildewed ledgers. I pulled out a heavy cloth-bound volume titled Municipal Infrastructure Reports, 1880-1889. Oh, it felt wrong in my hands. Too light. I opened it. The pages were blank. Every single one, except for the very last page, scrawled across it in faded, spidery ink that looked decades old, was the phrase, "This place is falling apart around me." I dropped the book like it was burning hot. It landed with a soft thud on the mildewed carpet. My heart hammered against my ribs. This wasn't stress. This wasn't coincidence. The words were mine, whispered in the dead of night, in the privacy of my own rented room miles away. How? I spent lunch hour in the university archives, digging into the Aldridge's history. Silas Thorne, eccentric, wealthy, built the library as a monument to his wife Lavinia, a noted scholar of obscure folklore who vanished under mysterious circumstances in 1891, 2 years before the library opened. Local newspapers were coy, citing delicate health and a prolonged European convalescence. But buried in a society column was a chilling detail. Lavinia Thorne was rumored to have suffered from severe somniloquy, violent sleep-talking, and had been collecting local superstitions about voice thieves and dream eaters in the months before her disappearance. Silas Thorne had donated his entire personal collection, including Lavinia's unpublished research, to found the Athenaeum. The library was her tomb. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of my apartment building, every sigh of the wind, felt like an intrusion. I lay rigid in the dark, consciously sealing my lips, focusing on my breathing, terrified of what might slip out. But exhaustion won. I dreamed of Lavinia Thorne, not as she appeared in the single stern portrait hanging in the main hall, but as a wisp of shadow in the library stacks, her mouth moving silently, hungrily. I woke with a gasp, my own voice echoing in my ears, raw and unfamiliar. I can feel her watching me from the shelves. Dread settled in my stomach like a stone. I called in sick. I couldn't face the library. But by noon, the silence of my apartment became unbearable. The shadows in the corners seemed to deepen. Listening, I needed to see it, to prove it was just my unraveling mind. I drove back to the Aldridge, parking my car hastily on the street. The library was unnaturally quiet. No Mr. Finch in his office, no patrons. The only sound was the erratic tick-tick-tick of the grandfather clock, slower than usual, each tick stretching into a sigh. I went straight to the main fiction section, heart pounding. I found them on the Gothic Romance, 1800, 1850 shelf. 3 books. The Monk by Lewis, Melmoth the Wanderer by Maturin, The Italian by Radcliffe. Their spines formed the sentence, "I can feel her watching me from the shelves." The words were clear, undeniable. And Radcliffe's book was upside down, its pages splayed open slightly, as if it had been placed that way deliberately. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I backed away, bumping into a book cart. It rattled loudly in the silence. From the direction of the Special Collections Annex, deep in the basement, came a sound. Not a groan of pipes, not the flicker of lights. A soft, rhythmic thumping, like a fist slowly, patiently, tapping against wood from inside a closed cabinet. Thump, thump, thump. I ran, not towards the exit, but towards Mr. Finch's office. I needed answers. I needed to know what I'd walked into. I yanked open his office door without knocking. He was sitting at his desk, but not working. He was staring out the window at the gray afternoon sky, his face ashen. On his desk lay an open ledger, not the one he'd given me, but an ancient leather-bound volume with tarnished brass corners. Its pages were filled not with catalog numbers, but with cramped, frantic handwriting. Phrases, sentences, dozens of them, scrawled in different inks, some faded brown, some startlingly fresh and black. Make it stop singing in the walls? The baby won't stop crying and it's not mine. I left the oven on. I know I did. She's under the floorboards. She's always been under the floorboards. And at the very bottom of the last filled page, in a shaky hand that matched Mr. Finch's tremor, but was far more desperate. It takes the whispers. It hungers for the words we lose in sleep. Lavinia's ghost isn't lost. She's the hunger. The library is her mouth. Mr. Finch didn't turn. His voice was a broken whisper, thick with tears he wouldn't shed. You felt it too, didn't you? The words you shouldn't have spoken, appearing where they don't belong. He finally looked at me, his magnified eyes wide with a fear that had long since curdled into resignation. Silas Thorne didn't build this place for his wife. He built it around her, to contain her. Lavinia, she wasn't just a scholar. She believed in the old things, the things that feed on unguarded thoughts, on the raw, unfiltered words we spill when our minds are unguarded. She tried to bind one, or perhaps it bound her. When she vanished, Silas knew. He walled up her study in the basement, the room that's now Special Collections, and poured his fortune into stone and silence, hoping to starve it. But stone doesn't silence hunger. It only makes it patient. He tapped the ledger with a trembling finger. This is the record. Every night watchman, every cleaner, every stray patron who muttered in their sleep near the stacks, their whispers, their fears, their secrets. Lavinia's echo takes them. It rearranges the library's bones to speak them back, to feed the thing that wears her name. It's been starving, decades of silence, until you came. He looked at me, truly looked at me for the first time. You talk in your sleep, Miss Vance, loudly, clearly, and you carry such vivid fears. The house settling, falling apart, being watched. It's banquets for it. A crash echoed from the basement annex. Not a thump, a crash. Like shelves collapsing. Mr. Finch flinched, his face crumbling. It knows you're here. It knows you know. It wants the rest of your words, the deep ones, the ones you whisper about your sister. My breath stopped. Clara, my little sister, who drowned in Miller's Pond when I was 10. The guilt that had lived in my bones for 20 years. The words I choked back every single night. The ones that sometimes escaped in ragged, tear-filled whispers. I should have been watching her. It was my turn. Another crash, closer, from the stairs leading up from the basement. The rhythmic thumping was gone, replaced by a wet, tearing sound like leather splitting apart. Books were falling, thudding onto the stone floor below. Mr. Finch stood up, his chair scraping harshly. "There's a way," he rasped, his voice barely audible over the growing chaos below. "Lavinia's original research, her journal, it's not in the catalog. Silas hid it within the hunger, in the very heart of special collections, a small blue book, vellum pages. If you can find it before it finds you, it might tell you how to starve it again, how to silence it." He grabbed a heavy brass letter opener from his desk, his knuckles white. "I'll hold it off. Go. Now. Down the left corridor, third door on the right. The real special collection." He moved past me, towards the archway leading to the basement stairs, his frail body suddenly rigid with a terrible resolve. "Remember the words, Alara," he called back, his voice cracking. "Remember what you whisper. Don't give it those words." I didn't hesitate. I ran. Down the dim main hall, past the staring busts, past the grandfather clock which now chimed a single, discordant bong as I passed. The left corridor was darker, narrower, the air thick with dust and the smell of dry rot. The third door on the right was unmarked, made of heavy scarred oak. It was slightly ajar. From within came the tearing sound, louder now, mixed with a new sound, a dry, papery rustling like 1,000 pages being frantically turned at once, and beneath it a whisper, not one voice, but dozens, layered over each other, rising and falling like a sickening chorus. Or watching from the shelves, falling apart. Not real, not real, not real. Oh, should have been watching. My sister's name, my guilt. It was hunting for it. I pushed the door open. Special Collections wasn't just a room, it was a cavern. Floor-to-ceiling shelves stretched into gloom, crammed with books, scrolls, wooden boxes. But they were in chaos. Shelves had been violently wrenched open. Books lay scattered like fallen soldiers, pages splayed open. Dust hung thick in the beams of weak light filtering through high, grimy windows. The air vibrated with that dry, tearing rustle. And in the center of the room, hovering 3 feet off the ground, was a swirling vortex of pages. Torn leaves from hundreds of books spiraled around a core of deeper shadow, forming shifting, fragmented sentences that dissolved as quickly as they formed. "Clara is cold." The water was so dark. My fault, my fault, my fault. It was feeding. It was trying to form the sentence it craved most. I dropped to my knees, scrambling through the debris on the floor, ignoring the dust choking me, the way the torn pages seemed to writhe under my fingers. Blue book, vellum pages, Lavinia's journal. My eyes darted over spines, over broken bindings. Nothing. The whispering chorus grew louder, more insistent. The vortex pulsed, the shadow at its heart, deepening, stretching towards me like a grasping hand made of ink and dust. The temperature plummeted, my breath fogged in the air. "Ilara!" The chorus hissed, weaving my name into the fragments. "Ilara, you were supposed to watch." Tears blurred my vision. I kicked aside a pile of mildewed pamphlets, and there it was, tucked beneath a shattered globe stand, a small, unassuming book bound in faded blue cloth, its edges soft with age. Vellum pages peeked from within. Lavinia's journal. I grabbed it just as the vortex surged. The swirling pages shot towards me like a flock of angry birds, enveloping my arms, my legs, clinging with unnatural stickiness. The whispering became a roar inside my skull, drowning out thought, hammering the terrible true sentence it wanted to complete. I should have been watching Clay. I wrenched the journal open with my free hand. The pages were brittle, covered in Lavinia's elegant looping script. I flipped frantically past sketches of strange sigils, past notes on dream parasites, and the consumption of unspoken grief. The pages stuck together. The whispering intensified, the pages binding my wrists like restraints. Cold seeped into my bones. I saw Clara's face in the swirling shadow, pale, waterlogged, her eyes wide and accusing. "Rah!" The chorus screamed, completing the name. I should have been watching Clara. The words ripped from my throat before I could stop them. A raw, sobbing confession torn from 20 years of buried pain. The vortex shrieked. A sound like tearing parchment amplified 1,000-fold. The pages binding me tightened, cutting off circulation. The shadow lunged, a gaping maw of darkness forming within the vortex, reaching for my face, for my mouth, to devour the source of the words. My eyes landed on a passage in the journal. A single, underlined phrase written in frantic, jagged letters that looked nothing like Lavinia's usual hand, as if written in terror. 2. Starve the hunger, speak the truth you bury not in darkness, but in light, not the whispered guilt. The truth, the real truth. With a gasp that tore my throat, I wrenched my head back from the shadow maw and screamed the words not in a whisper, but in a ragged, defiant shout that echoed off the stone walls of the annex, shattering the whispering chorus. I was scared. I was 10 years old, and I was scared to go in the water after what happened to Benny Miller. It wasn't just my turn, it was my fear. Clara knew I was scared. She waved at me from the dock and smiled, and I smiled back, and then she slipped and I froze. I froze. That's the truth. That's what I bury. The vortex shattered. The pages fell like dead leaves, fluttering silently to the dusty floor. The shadow dissolved into wisps of smoke that vanished before they touched the ground. The cold receded, replaced by the familiar damp chill of the basement. The whispering was gone. Utter silence descended, broken only by my ragged sobs and the distant, normal tick-tick-tick of the grandfather clock filtering down from above. I lay on the cold stone floor, surrounded by scattered books and torn pages. Lavinia's blue journal clutched to my chest like a shield. The air smelled only of dust and old paper. No decay, no hunger. I don't know how long I lay there. Eventually, I heard Mr. Finch's slow, shuffling footsteps approaching the annex door. He paused in the doorway, leaning heavily on the brass letter opener, his face pale but calm. He took in the chaos, the scattered pages, me trembling on the floor. He didn't speak. He just nodded slowly, a single tear tracing a path through the dust on his cheek. He understood. I still work at the Aldrich. The pay is still terrible. But the silence now is different. It's not the silence of waiting hunger. It's the quiet of a deep, old wound finally scabbed over. I reshelve books. I help the rare patron. I never whisper in my sleep anymore. I speak my fears aloud to friends, to my therapist, to the empty air of my apartment when the shadows grow long, out loud in the light. But sometimes, on the quietest afternoons when the dust motes dance in the stained glass light, I'll be reshelving in a forgotten corner. I'll pull a book from a high shelf, and for just a second, the spine won't match its neighbors. The title will be wrong, and if I look closely, in the grain of the old leather binding, I might see the faintest impression of letters, like words pressed deep into the material by an invisible hand. She knows. I close the book. I reshelve it correctly. I take a deep breath of the lemon oil and paper air, and I walk away, speaking softly to myself, my voice clear and steady in the quiet library, out loud, always out loud, because the silence between the shelves is no longer empty. It's listening, and it remembers the taste of words. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. I worked night shift in a museum. The Mannequins started moving. The job posting was absurdly specific. Night security, Caldwell Museum of Regional History, 11 p.m., 5 a.m. Must be comfortable working alone. No prior experience required. 18 HR, cash, paid weekly. Cash, weekly, no background check. After the incident in Toledo, no charges, just a misunderstanding that cost me my teaching license and any hope of reference. I didn't ask questions. I showed up at 10:45 p.m. on a Tuesday in late October wearing black cargo pants, steel-toed boots, and a zip-up hoodie that still smelled faintly of smoke. The museum was a converted 1920s Carnegie Library, sandstone facade, arched windows, iron gates locked tight by day. By night, it loomed like a mausoleum. No lights inside, just the pale glow of street lamps catching the dust on the stained glass transom above the entrance. Mr. Voss met me at the side door, the staff entrance, a narrow metal door set into the foundation, painted the same grim green as the fire hydrants. He was small, wiry, late 60s, with a permanent squint and fingers stained with nicotine and something darker, ink maybe, or rust. He didn't offer his hand, just jingled a ring of keys and said, "You're late." "I'm early. 11 shift start. You're here at 10:45. That's 7 minutes of unsupervised access. Unacceptable." He handed me a laminated floor plan, hand-drawn, smudged, and a maglite so old the rubber grip had turned to glue. Patrol every hour, log time and location in the binder, front desk, main hall, east wing, colonial life, west wing, industrial era, basement storage. Do not enter the basement vault. Do not touch exhibits. Do not speak to the mannequins. I blinked. "Come again?" He stared at me, unblinking. "They're props, but some guests project. You'll feel it. A presence, a weight. Ignore it. Walk past. Keep moving." "Right, mannequins." He turned to leave, then paused. "One more thing. If you hear tapping, 3 slow, 3 fast, 3 slow, radio me. Only then." He vanished into the night. I stepped inside. The air hit me first, cold, dry, sterile, like opening a long-sealed tomb. The scent was old paper, varnish, and beneath it, a faint, greasy odor. Machine oil and lanolin, the kind used to preserve leather. The lobby was dim, lit only by emergency exit signs casting bloody halos on the floor. A glass case held arrowheads and a rusted musket. Behind the front desk, a rotary phone sat beside a logbook bound in cracked leather. I opened it. Previous entries were neat, precise. 2302, main hall. 100.17, east wing, until 3 nights ago. The last entry read, 0244, they're not supposed to turn their heads. I didn't do anything. Radio dead. Keys in desk. No signature. The next page was blank. I flipped back. Every log for the past 6 weeks ended abruptly. No. Shift complete. No initials. Just sudden silence. I started my first patrol. Main hall was 2 stories tall, dominated by a suspended Wright Flyer replica and a bronze statue of Senator Caldwell, one hand raised in benediction, the other holding a scroll. His eyes, glass painted a watery blue, followed me as I passed. Parallax, I told myself, trick of the light, east wing, colonial life. 3 dioramas. First, the hearth. A woman in a homespun dress kneaded dough on a pine table. A child, wooden, jointed, sat on a stool clutching a rag doll. The woman's head was tilted slightly downward, as if in concentration. Standard. Second, the study. A man in a powdered wig sat at a desk, quill in hand, penning a letter. His face was carved with deep lines. Weariness, wisdom, resolve. Third, the attic. This one unsettled me immediately. A single figure, a young woman, mid-20s, dressed in a simple calico dress, barefoot. She stood facing the far wall, arms at her sides, head bowed. No label, no description plaque. Just a small brass tag on the base. C. 1798. Anonymous. Acquired 1953. Her hair, real human hair, I realized with a jolt, hung in a single thick braid down her back. Her skin wasn't plaster, not plastic. It looked like wax. Ivory-colored, faintly translucent, with visible pores and the subtle blue tracery of veins at her temples, and her hands. Her fingers were slightly curled, not relaxed. Clasped, like she was holding something invisible. I moved on. West Wing, industrial era, looms, steam engines, a replica coal mine shaft with a miner mannequin, soot-streaked face, pickaxe over one shoulder, frozen mid-stride. His head was turned, not toward the exhibit label, toward the doorway. Where I'd just entered, I stopped, waited, nothing. Voss was right. Projection, isolation, stress. Back at the desk, I logged 2307 Main Hall. My handwriting looked shaky. Hour 2, east. Wing again. I paused at the hearth. The child's head was no longer facing forward. It was tilted up, staring at the woman. The woman's hands, before resting lightly on the dough, were now kneading. Deep, rhythmic presses. The dough, real flour and lard, preserved under UV-filtered glass, rippled with each motion. I stepped closer. The glass was cool. Inside, the woman's chest rose. Just once. A shallow, almost imperceptible inhalation. I backed away. Fast. West Wing. The miner. He'd moved. Not much. 6 inches forward. His pickaxe now rested on the ground, point down like he was leaning on it. His eyes, glass brown, flecked with gold, locked onto mine. Tap, tap, tap. I froze. Not from the miner. From the east wing. 3 slow taps. Tap, tap, tap. Then 3 fast. Tap, tap, tap. Then 3 slow. Tap, tap, tap. SOS. My blood turned to ice. Voss's words echoed. If you hear tapping, 3 slow, 3 fast, 3 slow. Radio me. I ran to the desk. The radio was a brick-sized Motorola circa 1989, antenna bent, volume knob crusted with grime. I keyed the mic. Mr. Voss? Voss, come in. I heard the signal. Static. Then a voice, not Voss. A woman's voice. Young, calm. He won't answer. I dropped the radio. It clattered to the floor. The voice came from the speaker, not over the air. From inside the radio. He never answers after midnight. I kicked the radio under the desk, stood there, breathing hard. 23:58, 2 minutes to my next patrol. The museum was silent, too silent. No hum of HVAC, no distant traffic, just the low thrum of my own pulse in my ears. Midnight struck, not by clock, by sound. A deep, resonant gong, like a church bell muffled by earth, vibrated through the floorboards. Dust sifted from the ceiling tiles. Every light in the museum flickered, once, twice, then died. Emergency lights snapped on, dim, red, casting the halls in the color of a fresh wound. I grabbed the mag light. The beam was weak, yellow at the edges. I walked toward the east wing, slowly. Tap, tap, tap. SOS again, from the attic diorama. I stopped at the archway. The young woman was no longer facing the wall. She stood in the center of the small platform, facing me. Her head was up. Her eyes, open now, were not glass. They were real, pale gray, bloodshot, exhausted. Tears, clear, viscous, tracked down her waxen cheeks. Her lips moved, no sound, but I read them. Help me. I took a step forward. The glass cover over the diorama was gone, not broken, removed. She reached out. Her hand passed through the space where the glass should have been. Her fingers were cold, dry. They brushed my wrist. A jolt went through me, not electric. Memory. Images flooded my mind. A cellar, dirt floor, chains on the wall. A man's voice. You'll thank me. History needs witnesses. The smell of tallow and fever sweat. Needles, long, thin, bone-handled, injecting something thick and amber into her neck. The wax pouring, slow, steady, filling her mouth as she screamed. I stumbled back, gasping. She didn't follow, just stood there, tears falling, whispering with her eyes. Don't let him make another. I fled to the west wing. The miner was gone. His pickaxe lay on the floor. The coal mine shaft entrance, just a painted backdrop before, now gaped open, dark, real, a tunnel. From within, the sound of shoveling, scrape, scrape, thud. I ran to the basement door, the one marked storage, authorized personnel only. It stood ajar. A narrow stair descended into darkness. The smell hit me halfway down. Damp earth, formaldehyde, and that greasy lanolin, stronger now. The basement was a labyrinth of rolling storage racks, each holding crates, paintings wrapped in plastic, marble busts staring blankly from the gloom. At the far end, a vault door, steel, round, like a bank safe. It stood open. Inside, light, warm, golden light, and voices, not one, dozens, murmuring. I crept forward, peered in. The vault wasn't for artifacts. It was a workshop. Wooden tables lined the walls, covered in tools, scalpels, syringes, bone saws, bowls of amber fluid. Jars lined the shelves, not specimens. Eyes, hundreds of them, floating in formaldehyde, blue, brown, green, hazel, all human, all labeled with dates and initials. EM, 1798, RT, 1832, AG, 1895, DS, 1911, KL, 1997, and at the end, JM, 2020, my initials, my year. On the central table, a mannequin in progress, a man, late 30s, brown hair, hoodie, my face, carved in wax, unfinished. One eye socket empty. The other held a glass orb, pale gray, bloodshot. Her eye. A door creaked behind me. I turned. Mr. Voss stood in the vault entrance. He held a bone-handled syringe filled with amber liquid. No one believes witnesses, he said softly, but everyone believes history. He stepped forward. I backed into the workshop. My hand closed around a cold metal object on the table, a chisel. I swung. He dodged. The chisel struck a jar. Glass shattered. Formaldehyde and eyes spilled across the floor. The eyes didn't roll. They blinked and screamed. A high, keening wail, silent, but vibrating in my skull like a dentist's drill. Voss flinched. I ran, past the storage racks, up the stairs, into the west wing. The coal mine shaft was wider now. The shoveling had stopped. From the darkness, a figure emerged. The miner, but not as before. His face was peeling, wax sloughing off in grayish sheets, revealing raw, glistening muscle beneath. His mouth opened, not to speak, to unhinge, jaw dropping lower, lower, until his chin touched his chest, inside rows of needle teeth, and behind them a second mouth, smaller, whispering. He promised us permanence. I ran for the east wing. The dioramas were empty. The hearth, dough flattened, table overturned. The study, chair on its side, quill snapped in two. The attic platform, empty, but the floor was wet. Footprints, bare feet, leading to the main hall. I followed. The main hall was transformed. The right flyer hung lower, cables straining. Senator Caldwell's statue was gone from its pedestal. In its place, her. The young woman. She stood tall now, arms outstretched, palms upturned. Around her, dozens of figures. The colonial woman, flour dusting her apron like snow. The child, doll gone, hands curled into fists. The studious man, wig askew, quill now a dagger in his belt. The miner, wax hanging in tatters, muscles gleaming wetly in the red light. All facing her, all waiting. She turned as I entered. Her tears were gone. Her eyes, clear, sharp, ancient. He preserves bodies, she said, her voice no longer a whisper, but full, resonant, echoing from the rafters. But we preserve truth. Voss appeared behind me, blocking the lobby exit. He held the syringe. Don't make me ruin you, he said. You could be magnificent. A teacher. A lesson. I looked at her, at the others, at the empty eye socket on my wax double, waiting in the vault. Why? I asked her. Because silence is the only thing he fears, she said, and we are very, very loud. She raised her hand. The others moved, not walking, unfolding, limbs extended, joints reversed, wax cracking like eggshells, revealing not bone, not muscle, but light. A soft, pulsing gold, the same as the vault. They surrounded Voss. He didn't scream, just stared transfixed as the colonial woman took the syringe, pressed it to his neck. Injected the amber fluid, he collapsed. Not dead. Changing. His skin paled, waxed, his eyes, still open, still terrified, clouded over. They carried him to the vault. I followed. They laid him on the central table. The young woman picked up a chisel, began to carve, not his face, his mouth, sealing it shut, stitch by stitch, with wax and wire. When she finished, she turned to me. "Stay," she said. "Guard the truth." I shook my head. "I need to leave. Tell, there is no out," she said gently. "Only in, or through." She pointed to the vault wall. Not stone, a door, old wood, iron-bound, no handle, just a keyhole shaped like an eye. "The archive," she said, "where the silenced go to be heard." She held out a key, bone, carved with tiny, screaming faces. "It only opens from this side." I took it. It was warm, pulsing, like a heart. I walked to the door. The others stepped back. I inserted the key. It turned with a sound like a sigh. The door swung inward, not darkness. Light, blinding, white, pure, and sound, 1,000 voices, singing not in harmony, in testimony. Names, dates, crimes, confessions, apologies. I stepped through. The door closed behind me. Silence. Then, a new voice, mine, speaking without moving my lips. "My name is Jacob Miller. I work night shift at the Caldwell Museum. I saw what they did. I saw who they were." The light dimmed. I stood in a vast white hall, infinite shelves stretched into forever. Each held a single book, bound in pale leather on the spines. Names: Eleanor Mayfield, Reverend Thomas Pike, Aloysius Green. And at the end of the first aisle, Jacob Miller, unwritten, waiting. A desk stood before it. An open book, a pen. I sat. The pen moved, not my hand. The truth. Words flowed onto the page. My memories, my fear, the amber fluid, the wax, the eyes. The pen paused. At the bottom of the first page, it wrote, "He is still down there, carving, preserving, lying." Then beneath it, "But we are here." Listening, remembering, waiting for the next witness to turn the key. I closed the book, stood, walked back to the door. It opened at my touch. The vault was empty. Voss's table was clean, the jars of eyes gone. Only my wax double remained, but its face was different, not mine, his, Voss's, mouth sealed shut, one eye, my eye, glass, pale gray, watching. The key was gone from my pocket. In its place, a new book, bound in pale leather, warm, pulsing. I walked upstairs. The museum was quiet, pristine, the dioramas restored. The hearth, woman kneading, child watching. The study, man writing, quill steady. The attic, young woman facing the wall, head bowed, hands clasped, as if nothing happened. I sat at the front desk, opened the logbook, wrote, 03-12, East Wing, all exhibits secure. I didn't sign it, didn't need to. The next guard would find the book, the key, the truth, and when the tapping starts, 3 slow, 3 fast, 3 slow, No, it's not a signal for help. It's an invitation to remember, to witness, to join us. I lean back in the chair. The mag light beam dims. The red emergency lights pulse. And in the silence, I hear them, breathing, whispering, singing, not behind the glass, inside me. The wax is warm now, settling, filling the hollow places, making me whole, making me permanent, making me true. I close my eyes. The museum sighs, a deep, contented sound, like a body finally at rest. Outside, dawn bleeds gray at the windows. Another night done, another witness kept. I reach for the logbook, turn to a fresh page, pick up a pen. It's already moving, writing, for I think. They think they're guarding the past. But we are the past. And we are always watching. I smile. The mannequins don't move. They don't need to. They're already here, inside the walls, inside the glass, inside me, waiting for the next shift, waiting for the next lie, waiting to be remembered. The pen dips, forms one last line. Check-in is complete. I set it down, fold my hands, wait. The museum breathes, and I breathe with it, and that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. Holloway House, where every mirror shows a different face. The rain had been falling for 3 days straight when I first saw the listing for Holloway House. It was buried deep in a forgotten corner of an online rental forum, sandwiched between ads for city apartments and vacation condos that looked nothing like the structure in the photograph. The image was grainy, taken in low light, showing a sprawling Victorian manor that seemed to lean slightly to the left, as if tired from holding up its own history. The description was sparse, almost cryptic. Historic property available for long-term caretaker/tenant. Solitude guaranteed. Low rent. References not required, but discretion is. There was no name attached to the listing, only an email address that looked like a string of random characters. At the time, my life in the city had become a cacophony of noise and expectation that I could no longer endure. The constant hum of traffic, the pressing crowd of strangers, the relentless, glare of screens. It all felt like it was eroding me, layer by layer. I needed silence. I needed to disappear. So, when I replied to the email and received an immediate acceptance along with coordinates and a gate code, I didn't hesitate. I packed a single bag, left my lease early, and drove into the storm. The journey to Holloway House took me further away from civilization than I had intended. The paved roads eventually gave way to gravel, and the gravel dissolved into a muddy track that wound through a dense forest of ancient oaks. The trees here were twisted, their branches interlocking overhead to form a tunnel that blocked out most of the gray sky. The air grew colder as I drove deeper, the temperature dropping sharply despite the heater blasting in my car. When the trees finally parted, revealing the house, the sight of it sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold. It was larger than in the photo, looming against the backdrop of the stormy woods. The paint, once perhaps a dignified white or cream, had peeled away to reveal dark, rotting wood that looked like wet charcoal. Vines clung to the walls, thick and aggressive, pulling at the eaves as if trying to drag the house into the earth. But what struck me most, even from the distance of my car, were the windows. There were dozens of them, of all shapes and sizes, and every single one seemed to reflect the lightning flashing overhead with an unnatural clarity. I parked the car in the overgrown driveway, the tires sinking slightly into the mud. I grabbed my bag and ran to the front porch, the rain soaking through my jacket in seconds. The door was heavy oak, carved with intricate patterns of vines and faces that seemed to shift in the flickering light of my flashlight. Before I could knock, the door swung inward with a groan that sounded suspiciously like a human sigh. The hallway inside was dim, lit only by the flashes of lightning that pierced through the stained glass transom above the door. The air smelled of dust, old paper, and something else, something metallic like ozone or old blood. I stepped inside, closing the door against the storm. The silence that followed was absolute. The roar of the rain vanished instantly, replaced by a stillness so profound it felt like pressure against my eardrums. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and fragile in the vast space. There was no answer, no creak of floorboards, no scurry of mice, just the silence. I walked further into the foyer, my boots leaving wet prints on the polished hardwood. That's when I saw them, the mirrors. They were everywhere. A massive standing mirror leaned against the wall to my left, its frame carved from black wood that seemed to absorb the light. Another hung above the fireplace, oval-shaped with a cracked surface. A vanity mirror sat on a console table to the right. And looking up, I saw smaller mirrors embedded in the ceiling, the walls, even the doors. The house was a labyrinth of reflections. I caught my own reflection in the standing mirror, a tired-looking man with wet hair and wide eyes. I smiled weakly at myself, trying to reassure my own nerves. The reflection smiled back, but the timing was off. It was a fraction of a second too slow. I blinked, and for a moment I thought the reflection hadn't blinked at all. I shook my head, blaming the fatigue and the strange lighting. Old houses play tricks on the mind, I told myself. It's just the glass. I explored the ground floor, finding the kitchen stocked with non-perishable food and the living room furnished with heavy, dusty antiques. Everything was covered in a fine layer of gray dust, except for the mirrors. They were spotless, gleaming as if they had been polished moments before my arrival. I found a note on the kitchen counter written in elegant looping script. Make yourself at home. The rules are simple. Do not break the glass. Do not stare too long after midnight. And remember, what you see is not always what is there. The note was unsigned. I crumpled it in my hand and tossed it aside, feeling a prickle of unease at the base of my neck. I decided to find the bedroom. The listing had mentioned a master suite on the second floor. I climbed the grand staircase, the steps creaking under my weight. The walls of the stairwell were lined with more mirrors, small framed portraits that reflected my ascent from every angle. As I walked up, I felt watched, not by a person, but by the reflections themselves. In some of the smaller mirrors, my reflection seemed to be wearing different clothes. In one, I wore a suit instead of my jeans and jacket. In another, my hair was longer. In a third, I wasn't alone. A shadowy figure stood just behind my shoulder, visible only in the glass, not in the room itself. I spun around, heart hammering, but the hallway was empty. When I looked back at the mirror, the figure was gone, and my reflection was normal again. I reached the second floor and found the master bedroom at the end of the hall. It was a large room with a 4-poster bed draped in heavy velvet curtains. But like the rest of the house, it was dominated by mirrors. There was a full-length mirror on the closet door, another above the dresser, and a peculiar circular mirror mounted directly on the ceiling above the bed. I dropped my bag on the bed and walked over to the window. The rain had stopped, leaving the world outside wrapped in a thick, eerie fog. I turned back to the room, intending to unpack, but froze. The mirror above the dresser was showing something impossible. My reflection was there standing by the window, but it wasn't looking out. It was looking directly at me with an expression of pure terror. Its mouth was open in a silent scream, hands pressed against the glass from the inside. I stumbled back, knocking over the lamp. The crash echoed loudly. I looked at the mirror again. My reflection was normal now, mimicking my shock, looking at the broken lamp. Get a grip, I whispered to myself. It's just stress, lack of sleep. I cleaned up the lamp, avoiding looking directly into any of the mirrors as I did so. I felt a primal urge to cover them all, to throw sheets over the glass, but something held me back. A curiosity that was stronger than my fear. I wanted to understand. Night fell quickly, swallowing the house in darkness. I lit a few candles I had brought, placing them strategically around the room to push back the shadows. The flickering light made the reflections dance and warp, creating an unsettling atmosphere. I sat on the edge of the bed trying to read a book, but my eyes kept drifting to the mirrors. Every time I glanced at one, I expected to see something wrong, and slowly, subtly, things began to change. In the closet mirror, my reflection started to age. I watched, horrified, as lines appeared around its eyes, as its hair turned gray, as its skin sagged. It happened in real time, a rapid decay that spanned decades in minutes. Then, just as quickly, it reversed, becoming younger than I was, a child staring out with ancient eyes. I squeezed my eyes shut, counting to 10. When I opened them, the reflection was normal again. I laughed nervously, a brittle sound in the quiet room. Hallucinations, I muttered. Carbon monoxide? Maybe the furnace is leaking. I checked the detector on the wall. The green light blinked steadily. It wasn't that. I decided to try to sleep. I blew out most of the candles, leaving only one on the nightstand. I climbed into the bed, pulling the heavy quilt up to my chin. I lay on my back, staring up at the circular mirror on the ceiling. In the dim light, I could see my own face looking down at me. I closed my eyes, forcing myself to relax. Sleep came fitfully, plagued by dreams of falling through endless halls of glass. I woke up abruptly sometime later, gasping for air. The room was pitch black. The candle had burned out, but the room wasn't dark. A faint, silvery glow emanated from the mirrors. They were glowing softly, casting an ethereal light across the room. I sat up, my heart pounding. I looked at the ceiling mirror. My reflection was sitting up too, but it wasn't me. It was a woman, pale and gaunt, with hollow eyes and matted hair. She was wearing a tattered dress that looked like it belonged to another century. She stared down at me, her expression unreadable. I scrambled out of bed, backing away until I hit the wall. The woman in the mirror didn't move. She just watched me. Then, slowly, she raised a hand and pointed at the closet door. I couldn't move. My legs felt like lead. The woman in the mirror tilted her head, then mouthed a word. I couldn't hear it, but I could read her lips. Look. I tore my gaze away from the ceiling and looked at the closet mirror. The reflection there had changed again. It showed the room, but it was different. The furniture was newer. The walls were painted a bright yellow, and there were people in the room. A family, a father, a mother, 2 children. They were laughing, playing. It looked like a happy memory. But then the scene shifted. The lights went out in the reflection. The family stopped laughing. They looked toward the door, terrified. Shadows poured into the room in a mirror, swirling and twisting, consuming the family one by one. The last thing I saw in the reflection was the father, hiding in the closet, his face pressed against the glass, screaming silently as the shadows took him. The image faded, returning to my own terrified face, staring back at me. I was shaking uncontrollably. This wasn't a trick of the light. This wasn't my mind breaking. The house was showing me things, memories trapped in the glass. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the corner of the room, far away from any reflective surface. I kept my eyes closed, humming a tune to drown out the silence. Every time I heard a sound, a creak, a whisper, a tap, I flinched. The night seemed to stretch on forever, the darkness pressing in on me. When dawn finally broke, filtering gray light through the foggy windows, I felt a surge of relief. The mirrors looked dull and ordinary in the daylight. The glow was gone. The figures were gone. I packed my bag immediately, deciding to leave. No amount of cheap rent was worth this. I hurried downstairs, avoiding looking at the mirrors in the hallway. I reached the front door and grabbed the handle. It wouldn't turn. Locked. I jiggled it, pulled, pushed. Nothing. I ran to the windows. They were sealed shut, painted over from the outside. I was trapped. Panic rose in my throat, hot and acidic. I screamed for help, but the sound was swallowed by the house. No one answered. The silence returned, heavier than before. I wandered back to the living room, defeated. The mirrors seemed to be watching me again. In the large standing mirror, my reflection was standing still, even though I was pacing. It was smiling, a cold, cruel smile that I knew I wasn't making. "Let me out," I begged the empty room. The reflection in the standing mirror shook its head slowly. Then it pointed to the staircase. I hesitated, then slowly walked toward the stairs. As I ascended, the mirrors on the wall began to change again. Each one showed a different version of me. In one, I was old and dying. In another, I was a child crying. In a third, I was dead, lying on the floor of the hallway. In a fourth, I was someone else entirely, a man I didn't recognize, wearing a uniform holding a key. The variety of faces was dizzying. Were these past tenants, victims, or were they possibilities, futures that hadn't happened yet? The sheer volume of faces all staring at me with varying degrees of pity, fear, or malice was overwhelming. I covered my eyes, stumbling up the stairs. Back in the bedroom, I sat on the bed, trying to think logically. If the doors and windows were sealed, there had to be another way out. Or maybe the key was hidden somewhere. The note had mentioned discretion. Maybe there was a secret passage. I began to search the room, tearing through drawers, lifting rugs, tapping on the walls. The mirrors followed my movements, their reflections shifting and changing. In the vanity mirror, I saw a reflection of myself, finding a loose floorboard under the bed. I stopped and looked at the actual floor. There was no loose board, but the reflection insisted. It showed my hand prying it open, revealing a small metal box. Driven by a compulsion I couldn't explain, I got on my knees and checked under the bed. The floorboards were solid. I tapped them. One sounded hollow. My heart leaped. I found a knife in my bag and jammed it into the crack. With a grunt of effort, I pried the board up. There, nestled in the dirt beneath, was a small metal box, exactly as the reflection had shown. My hands trembled as I opened the box. Inside was a single key, old and rusted, and a journal. The leather cover was cracked. The pages yellowed. I opened the journal to the first page. The handwriting was shaky, frantic. Day 1. The mirrors are beautiful. They show such wonderful things. I skipped ahead. Day 14. They are lying. The faces are not mine. Who are they? Day 30. I can't look away. They pull me in. The man in the blue suit says he can help, but his eyes are wrong. Day 45. There is no way out. The house eats us. It keeps our faces. It keeps our stories. The entries became more incoherent, devolving into scribbles and drawings of eyes and mouths. The last entry was dated 50 years ago. It is my turn now. I see myself in the ceiling. He is waiting. He looks just like me, but he is hungry. I dropped the journal, my breath coming in short gasps. The previous tenant had never left. He had become part of the collection, and now the house wanted me too. I grabbed the key from the box. It felt warm, vibrating slightly in my palm. I ran to the door, inserting the key into the lock. It turned with a smooth click. I threw the door open and sprinted down the hallway. The mirrors on the walls were chaotic now, the images flashing rapidly, a strobe light of nightmares. Faces screamed, cried, laughed, begged. I kept my eyes fixed on the floor, running blindly toward the stairs. I could hear sounds coming from the glass, whispers, footsteps, the sound of breathing right next to my ear, though no one was there. "Stay with us," a voice whispered, sounding exactly like my mother. "Look at us," another voice commanded, sounding like my own. I reached the top of the stairs and nearly fell, catching myself on the banister. I looked up instinctively. The mirror at the landing showed a figure standing at the bottom of the stairs, blocking my path. It was me, but distorted, tall and thin, with limbs that were too long and a face that was a blur of features. It reached out toward me. I screamed and bolted down the stairs, jumping over the last few steps. I hit the foyer floor running. The front door was still locked, the key from the box not fitting this lock. I panicked, searching for another exit. The kitchen window, sealed. The back door, blocked by furniture that hadn't been there before. The house was rearranging itself, trapping me. I ran back to the living room, the mirrors screaming now, a cacophony of voices rising to a deafening roar. "Join us," they chorused. "Be part of the collection." I covered my ears, falling to my knees. The reflections were leaning out of the frames, their hands stretching into the room, grasping at the air. The glass rippled like water. I saw the woman from the ceiling mirror reaching for me, her fingers inches from my face. I scrambled backward, knocking over a table. A shard of glass from a small picture frame cut my hand. Blood dripped onto the floor, and then silence, instant, absolute silence. The voices stopped. The grasping hands retracted. The ripples in the glass stilled. I looked up, trembling. The mirrors were calm. My reflection stared back at me, normal, terrified, bleeding. But in the large standing mirror, the reflection wasn't mimicking me. It was kneeling too, but it was smiling. It wiped the blood from its own hand, though I hadn't touched my wound yet. It brought the bloody finger to its lips and tasted it. Then it pointed to the fireplace. I followed its gesture. The fire, which had been cold ashes, suddenly roared to life, flames licking high into the chimney. But the fire wasn't burning wood. It was burning images. Faces appeared in the flames, screaming silently as they were consumed. The house was feeding. I realized then that the key wasn't for the door. The key was a distraction. The house didn't want me to leave. It wanted me to stay and watch, to become a witness and eventually a participant. I stood up, my legs shaking, and walked toward the fireplace. The heat was intense, but I felt no pain. I looked into the flames. I saw my own face among the others, twisting in agony. But then the image changed. I saw myself sitting in a chair, old and gray, watching the fire. I saw myself dying into bed, my eyes open, staring at the ceiling mirror. I saw my face added to the collection, preserved in the glass, waiting for the next tenant. The horror of it washed over me, not as a sudden shock, but as a slow creeping realization. There was no escape. The house was a prison of memories, and the mirrors were the bars. I retreated to the bedroom, locking the door behind me. It was a futile gesture, I knew, but it made me feel slightly safer. I sat on the bed, staring at the ceiling mirror. The woman was gone. Now it showed only my own face, looking back at me with infinite sadness. "Why?" I whispered. The reflection didn't speak, but its eyes filled with tears. Tears that didn't fall. I understood then the faces weren't monsters. They were victims. They were people who had come here seeking solitude just like me, and had been trapped by their own reflections. The house fed on loneliness, on the desire to be seen. It gave us an audience, millions of audiences trapped in the glass, forever watching, forever watched. Days passed, or maybe weeks. Time lost its meaning in Holloway House. The sun rose and set, but the light never seemed to fully penetrate the gloom. I stopped trying to leave. I stopped checking the doors. I spent my days wandering the halls, looking at the mirrors. I learned their rhythms. In the morning, they showed pleasant things, sunny days, happy memories, lies to lure you in. At noon, they showed the truth, the decay, the death, the despair. At night, they showed the future, the inevitable end. I began to recognize the other faces, the man in the blue suit from the journal, the woman in the tattered dress, the family in the yellow room. We were a community of the trapped, separated by glass but connected by fate. Sometimes, if I pressed my hand against the mirror, I could feel a warmth on the other side. A hand pressing back. I started talking to them. At first, it was just muttering to myself, but soon I was holding conversations. The man in the blue suit told me about the war he fought in. The woman told me about the child she lost. The family told me about the party they were having before the shadows came. Their stories were heartbreaking, vivid, real. I recorded them in the journal I had found, filling the blank pages with their histories. If I couldn't save them, I could at least remember them. I could bear witness. The house seemed to approve of this. The mirrors grew brighter when I spoke. The voices became softer, less menacing. Perhaps this was the purpose of Holloway House, not to torture, but to preserve, to keep the stories alive when the world had forgotten them. I was the curator now, the new guardian of the faces. One night, months after I had arrived, I sat in front of the ceiling mirror. My reflection looked different. Older, tired, but peaceful. The woman was there, too, standing beside my reflection. She smiled, a genuine, warm smile. "Thank you," she mouthed. I nodded. "You're welcome," I said aloud. The glass rippled again, but this time it didn't frighten me. It felt like a curtain lifting. I saw beyond the glass into a space of pure light where the faces were free, dancing and laughing, no longer trapped. The house was releasing them. One by one, the images in the mirrors faded, leaving only clear, empty glass. The man in the blue suit vanished. The family disappeared. The woman bowed to me and dissolved into light. Finally, only my reflection remained. I looked at myself. I looked old. My hair was white, my face lined. How much time had passed? Years? Decades? I didn't know. But I felt light, unburdened. I stood up and walked to the bedroom door. I opened it. The hallway was bright, filled with sunlight streaming through clean windows. The dust was gone. The peeling paint was restored. The house was beautiful. I walked down the stairs, the floorboard silent under my feet. I reached the front door. I turned the handle. It opened easily. Fresh air rushed in, smelling of rain and pine. I stepped out onto the porch. The world outside was vibrant, alive. Birds sang. The trees swayed in a gentle breeze. I walked down the path toward my car, which sat covered in leaves and moss. It looked like it had been there for decades. I touched the hood, and the metal crumbled to dust. I wasn't surprised. I turned back to look at the house. Holloway House stood tall and proud, no longer leaning, no longer dark. In the windows, I saw no reflections, just clear glass, showing the rooms inside, empty and waiting. I knew then that my time was up. I had done what I needed to do. I had freed them, and in doing so, I had freed myself. I walked away from the house, into the woods, leaving the car, leaving the past. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. The faces were safe now. They were a part of the world again, in the memories I carried, in the stories I had written. As I walked deeper into the forest, the trees began to thin. The path led to a road, a real road, with cars passing by. I stuck out my thumb. A truck slowed down, the driver rolling down the window. "Where are you headed, friend?" he asked. I smiled, a real smile, for the first time in years. Anywhere, I said. Just away from the mirrors. The driver chuckled and unlocked the door. I climbed in. As we drove away, I looked out the side window. In the distance, through the trees, I saw a flash of silver. A mirror? No, just a patch of sunlight on a pond. I closed my eyes and leaned back. The silence in the truck was comfortable, natural. No whispers, no screams, just the hum of the engine and the sound of the wind. But sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone in my new apartment in the city, I catch a glimpse of myself in a window or a shiny surface. And for a split second, I see not just my own face, but a multitude of others behind me. The man in the blue suit, the woman in the dress, the family. They are smiling, they are waving, and I smile back because I know they are there, and I know that Holloway House is no longer a prison. It is a gallery, a museum of souls, and I am the only one who knows the truth, the story of Holloway House. Where every mirror shows a different face is not a warning to stay away. It is a reminder that no one is ever truly alone, that even in the darkest reflection, there is a spark of light, and if you listen closely, if you look deeply, you might just see the faces of those who came before, waiting to tell their story, waiting for someone to remember. I still have the journal. It sits on my desk, filled with the names and stories of the lost. I write in it every day, adding new entries, keeping the memories alive. I don't own many mirrors anymore. I cover them when I sleep. But I'm not afraid. Fear is for those who don't understand. I understand. The glass is just a doorway. And sometimes, just sometimes, the door opens both ways. The rain taps against my window now, a gentle rhythm. I look at the glass. My reflection looks back, and behind me, in the depths of the room, I see a faint shimmer. A rocking chair? No, just a trick of the light. Or maybe not. Maybe the house followed me. Or maybe I brought a piece of it with me. It doesn't matter. We are together. The tenant and the faces, the watcher and the watched. And in this strange, silent companionship, we find peace. The night stretches out long and deep, but I'm not afraid of the dark. I know what lies in it. And I know that it is not evil. It is just memory. It is just love. It is just us. So if you ever find a listing for a historic property, solitary and cheap, with a mention of discretion, think twice. But if you do go, if you find yourself standing in a hall of mirrors, don't run. Don't scream. Look closely. Listen hard. You might meet someone you've been waiting for. You might see a face that reminds you of home. And you might realize that the scariest thing isn't the reflection. The scariest thing is ignoring it, turning away, forgetting. As long as we remember, as long as we witness, the faces in the glass will never fade. They will wait, patient and eternal, for the next person to stop, to look, and to say, I see you. And in that moment, the mirror stops being a barrier. It becomes a bridge, a connection across time and space, a promise that no story ever truly ends. It just changes form. It becomes a reflection. And reflections, unlike people, never die. They just wait for the light to hit them again. I close my eyes now, ready to sleep. The city is quiet. The mirrors are covered, but I can feel them, warmth against the wall, a presence in the room. I whisper good night to the empty air, knowing they are listening, knowing they are there. And as I drift off, I dream not of glass and shadows, but of light, of 1,000 faces smiling in the sun, of a house that is no longer hollow, of a home where everyone belongs, even the ones in the mirror, especially the ones in the mirror. The end of the story is just the beginning of the memory, and memories are the only things that last forever. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I stayed in a haunted Airbnb. The host keeps texting me from 1912. The listing was absurdly cheap. Too cheap. That should have been my first red flag. Eleanor's Haven, historic charm, unbeatable price, the Airbnb description chirped, accompanied by slightly grainy photos of a 3-story Victorian with gingerbread trim peeling like sunburnt skin and windows that seemed to stare blankly across a weed-choked lawn. The interior shot showed high ceilings, ornate but dusty moldings, and a clawfoot tub in a bathroom with suspiciously dark grout lines. The price? Less than half what a decent motel would charge for the week I needed near the city archives for my dissertation research on early 20th century textile unions. My grant money was bleeding out faster than I'd anticipated, and the thought of another week in a fluorescent-lit, thin-walled, budget-chain hotel made my teeth ache. I clicked Book Now before my better judgment could catch up. The host, Eleanor, responded instantly with a welcoming message that felt overly formal. "Welcome, dear guest. I am delighted you've chosen Eleanor's Haven. Please respect the history within these walls. Keys are beneath the third blue slate on the left of the porch. Safe travels." No phone number listed, just the Airbnb messaging system. Fine. Quirky host. Historic place. What could go wrong? The drive to Ravenswood was longer than the map suggested, the GPS signal flickering out completely as I turned onto Sycamore Lane, a narrow, tree-canopied road that felt decades behind the times. The houses here were all grand old dames, some restored to gleaming glory, others slumping under the weight of neglect. Eleanor's Haven was firmly in the latter category. The photos hadn't lied, but they'd been kind. The white paint was more ghost than pigment, revealing gray, weathered wood beneath. Shutters hung askew. The wraparound porch sagged like a tired spine. And the silence. It wasn't peaceful. It was thick, watchful. The air smelled damp, like wet earth, and something faintly sweet, almost cloying beneath it. Old potpourri gone rancid, maybe. I found the key under the specified blue slate, cold and heavy in my hand, the metal gritty with dirt. Inside, the smell intensified. Dust, yes, thick enough to taste, but also that underlying sweetness, now mixed with the sharp tang of mildew and something else, vaguely metallic like old pennies. The foyer was cavernous, dominated by a grand staircase that curved upwards into shadow. The hardwood floors were scarred and dull. The air was several degrees colder than the humid July evening outside. I flicked the light switch. Nothing happened. My phone flashlight cut a shaky beam through the gloom, illuminating a dusty chandelier crusted with dead flies, wallpaper peeling away in long leprous strips, revealing plaster beneath, and the wide, unblinking eyes of several faded oil portraits lining the walls. Their subjects, stern-faced men and women in stiff collars and high-necked dresses, seemed to follow the beam of light. I swallowed hard, telling myself it was just the shadows playing tricks, the result of fatigue and cheap rental anxiety. The listing mentioned the master bedroom on the second floor. I hauled my suitcase up the stairs, each step groaning beneath my weight. like a protest. The air grew colder with each step. The master bedroom was large, dominated by a four-poster bed with a sagging mattress stripped bare. No linens. The listing had mentioned vintage charm, but this was bare bones. I found a threadbare quilt folded on a rocking chair in the corner. The single window looked out over the overgrown backyard where skeletal trees clawed at the twilight sky. I dumped my bag, changed into sweats, and decided to explore the kitchen for anything usable. The kitchen was a time capsule of the 1970s. Avocado green appliances, cracked linoleum, cupboards sticky with grime. One cupboard held a single chip teacup and a dusty box of long-expired tea bags. The fridge was empty, humming loudly in the silence. I'd have to get groceries tomorrow. Exhaustion finally won out. I made a nest on the bed with the scratchy quilt, the cold seeping through the thin mattress, and fell into a fitful sleep filled with the sound of dripping water and the creaking of old wood settling. I woke abruptly in the pitch black, not just dark, a thick, suffocating blackness that pressed against my eyes. The dripping sound was louder now, rhythmic, insistent. Plink, plink, plink. It wasn't coming from the bathroom. It sounded like it was right beside the bed. My heart hammered against my ribs. I fumbled for my phone on the nightstand. The screen blazed to life harsh in the gloom, showing 3:17 a.m. and a new notification. AirBnB message from Eleanor. My thumb hovered over the screen. Who messages a guest at 3 a.m.? I opened it. Eleanor. Dearest guest, I trust you found the key. The east room is always drafty this time of year. Do mind the loose floorboard near the wardrobe. It startles so. I stared. The east room? I was in the master bedroom, which faced west. The wardrobe? There was no wardrobe here, just a small empty closet, and the cold was intense like an open freezer. I pulled the thin quilt tighter. Drafty? This was Arctic. I typed back, my fingers clumsy with sleep and unease. Me. Eleanor, it's 3 a.m. I'm in the master bedroom, not the east room, and it's freezing in here. I hit send and waited. The phone's glow the only light in the oppressive dark. The dripping sound stopped abruptly. Silence rushed in, heavier than before, then a chime, a reply. Instantly. Eleanor. Oh, forgive my muddled thoughts. The years do blur. The master is quite chilly, isn't it? Poor Mr. Henderson always complained of the damp. He preferred the warmth downstairs. Do light a fire if you wish. The tinder is dry in the grate. Mr. Henderson. The listing hadn't mentioned any Mr. Henderson, and the fireplace in this room was boarded up, layers of paint sealing it shut. There was no grate, no tinder, just cold, dead brick. A prickle of cold sweat traced my spine despite the room's chill. This wasn't right. This wasn't just a quirky host. This was off, deeply off. I checked the message details sent from Eleanor's Airbnb account. But the timestamp? It didn't show a date, just the time, 3:18 a.m. I shoved the phone under the quilt, turning my back to the room, pulling the covers over my head like a child. The darkness under the quilt was warm, safe. I tried to breathe slowly. It's just an old house, old pipes, a confused host, jet lag messing with your head. But the cold wasn't just in the air anymore. It felt like it was seeping into my bones, a deep, marrow-chilling cold that had nothing to do with drafts. Sleep didn't return. I lay rigid, listening to the house breathe, not just creaks and groans, but distinct sounds. A soft thump from the hallway like something heavy settling, a faint, rhythmic scraping like fingernails dragging slowly down wood, and beneath it all, that underlying silence that felt less like absence of noise and more like a held breath. When the first gray light of dawn finally seeped around the edges of the heavy curtains, I threw off the quilt, shivering, and stumbled downstairs. I needed coffee, strong coffee, and sunlight. The kitchen was no warmer. The dripping sound was back, louder now, echoing from the sink. I turned on the tap. Rusty water sputtered out, then cleared. I filled the chipped teacup and shoved it into the humming microwave. As I waited, hugging myself against the chill, my phone buzzed again on the counter. Eleanor. Good morning, dear. I hope the night was restful. The roses by the back gate are particularly lovely this week. Pink Ophelias, my favorite. Mr. Henderson planted them for our anniversary. 1910, it was. 1910. My blood ran colder than the house. I stared at the message, then at the microwave counting down. 1910. This wasn't a mistake. This was deliberate or something else. I typed back, my fingers trembling slightly. Me. Eleanor, that's impossible. 1910 was over 100 years ago. Are you okay? Is this some kind of joke? The microwave dinged. The cup of water was barely warm. I ignored it. My phone chimed immediately. Eleanor, a joke? Oh dear, no. Time is such a peculiar thing within these walls. It folds like fabric. One moment it is 1912. The scent of Ophelias thicken the air. The next is now. Do forgive my confusion. The house remembers everything, especially the sad things. 1912, the year the Titanic sank. The year something. My dissertation research flooded back. Not just unions, but the social history, the tragedies. A chill that had nothing to do with the draft slithered down my neck. I grabbed my keys. I needed air. I needed groceries. I needed to leave this place, even if it meant sleeping in my car. As I yanked open the heavy front door, a small tarnished object caught my eye, half buried in the dust on the threshold. A locket. Silver, oval, intricately engraved with swirling patterns. It felt ice cold in my palm. I slipped it into my pocket, a strange compulsion overriding my panic. Proof. I needed proof this wasn't just my unraveling mind. The grocery store was a blessed sanctuary of fluorescent lights, piped-in pop music, and the smell of baking bread. I bought coffee, instant this time, a bag of chips, bottled water, and the thickest, warmest blanket I could find. I avoided the checkout clerk's small talk, my mind racing. Back at the car, I pulled out my phone. Dozens of missed notifications. Not just AirBnB messages, text messages from an unknown number. My blood turned to slush. Unknown number. The fire won't light. The damp has gotten into the tinder. Mr. Henderson is cross. Unknown number. Did you see the roses? They are weeping today, so heavy with dew. Unknown number. Be careful on the stairs. The third step from the top, it gave way once, terribly. Unknown number. He is in the study. He does not like guests. He never did. Unknown number. Why are you wearing my locket? I hadn't told anyone about the locket. I hadn't shown it to anyone. I frantically checked the AirBnB app. More messages from Eleanor, time-stamped minutes ago, hours ago, all jumbled. Eleanor, the locket is not yours. Return it to the blue slate. It belongs to the house. Eleanor, Mr. Henderson says you are making too much noise. He prefers silence. He always did. Eleanor, April 14th is a bad day, a very bad day for this house. Do not be here then. Eleanor, 1912. The water was so cold, colder than the master bedroom, colder than death. April 14th, Titanic sank April 14th, 1912. My hands shook so badly, I almost dropped the phone. I drove back to Eleanor's haven in a daze, the warm blanket on the passenger seat feeling like a flimsy shield. The house loomed, darker than before, the windows like empty sockets. I parked haphazardly and ran inside, bolting the heavy front door behind me as if that would keep her out. I threw the groceries on the dusty kitchen table, my breath coming in short gasps. I pulled the locket from my pocket. It felt warmer now, almost pulsing. Engraved on the back, nearly worn smooth, were the initials, E.V. I needed to leave, right now. But my car keys, where were they? I'd had them in the kitchen. I tore through the groceries, dumping chips on the floor, knocking over the water bottle. They weren't there. My jacket? I'd left it upstairs. The cold room. I took the stairs 2 at a time, ignoring the groans of the wood, the sudden drop in temperature as I reached the second-floor landing. My jacket was on the bed, keys in the pocket. Relief washed over me so strong it made me dizzy. I turned to leave. The wardrobe, the one Eleanor mentioned, the one that wasn't supposed to be here, it stood in the corner where the small closet had been the night before. A heavy, dark oak monstrosity, its mirror clouded and spotted, and the floorboard beside it. It was loose, gaping slightly, revealing darkness beneath, just like she'd warned. I didn't want to look. Every instinct screamed to run, but the locket in my hand grew warm, almost hot. A compulsion seized me. I knelt, ignoring the icy bite of the floorboards through my jeans, and pried up the loose board. Dust filled the air. Beneath it wasn't just dirt and old beams. There was a small cavity, and inside, wrapped in brittle, yellowed newspaper, was a bundle of letters tied with faded blue ribbon. The top envelope was addressed in elegant looping script. To my dearest Eleanor, should the worst occur. From Arthur. The date in the corner, April 10th, 1912. My fingers trembled as I unfolded the brittle paper. The handwriting was shaky, desperate. My beloved Eleanor. If you are reading this, then the wireless reports are true. The Titanic has foundered. I am among the lost. Forgive me. Forgive my foolishness in booking passage on such a new, untested ship. Forgive my haste to return from New York with the contracts that would have secured our future, that would have finally silenced Henderson's threats over the mill shares. I thought only of providing for you, of freeing us from his shadow. But the water, Eleanor, the water is unimaginable. It steals your breath, your warmth, your very soul. It is a cold that burns. Remember the Ophelias by the gate, their scent? Hold that in your heart. Do not mourn me in darkness. Live. Be free of this house, free of Henderson's cruelty. He will use my absence as leverage. Do not let him. Sell the house. Go to Brighton. Remember the sun on your face there. Remember me in the light, not in this terrible, drowning dark. My love for you is the only warmth left in this endless cold. Goodbye, my dearest star. Always, Arthur. The date on the letter, April 10th, 5 days before the sinking. He'd known the risk. He'd gone anyway. Henderson, Mr. Henderson, the man in the portraits downstairs, the owner, the one who didn't like guests, the one who preferred silence. The pieces crashed together with horrifying clarity. Eleanor hadn't just been a host. She'd lived here. Her husband, Arthur, had sailed on the Titanic, and Mr. Henderson, he'd been the reason Arthur took the risk, the reason he died. And Eleanor, what had become of her in this cold, silent house, trapped with a man who hated her, grieving a love lost to an icy grave? A floorboard creaked behind me, not upstairs. Downstairs. Loud, deliberate, heavy. Footsteps, slow, measured, coming from the direction of the study Eleanor had mentioned. The footsteps stopped at the bottom of the stairs. Silence. Then a new text vibrated in my hand, the screen lighting up my pale face in the gloom. Unknown number. She is not alone up there. He is coming for the locket. He always wanted it. He wants her back in the dark. Panic exploded in my chest. I shoved the letter back into the cavity, replaced the floorboard clumsily, and stuffed the locket deep into my jeans pocket. I scrambled off the bed, grabbing my keys and jacket. I had to get out. Now. I flew down the stairs, taking them 3 at a time, ignoring the icy blast that seemed to rush up from the cellar as I passed the basement door. I reached the front hall. The heavy front door was still bolted. I fumbled with the stiff iron bolt, my fingers numb with cold and fear. The footsteps started again, upstairs, slow, heavy, deliberate, thud, creak, coming down the stairs from the second floor, not Eleanor's light steps. This was a man's tread, heavy, angry. I wrenched the bolt free, yanked the doctor open. Daylight flooded in, blinding after the house's gloom. I stumbled out onto the sagging porch. I didn't look back. I ran for my car, fumbling the keys, the engine roaring to life with a blessed sound of modern mechanics. I threw it into reverse, tires spitting gravel. Only when I was halfway down Sycamore Lane did I dare glance in the rearview mirror. The house stood silent. But at the master bedroom window, the curtains were parted just enough, not by a hand. The fabric seemed to ripple, disturbed by an unseen presence, and pressed against the grimy glass, visible for just a second before the curtain fell back into place, was a face, not Eleanor's, a man's face, gaunt, pale as candle wax, with eyes like chips of obsidian that held no light, only a deep, chilling hunger. His mouth was a thin, cruel line. He held up a hand, slowly, not waving, pointing directly at my fleeing car. In his finger, glinting dully even at this distance, was a heavy signet ring. I drove until the gas tank was nearly empty, stopping only at a brightly lit chain motel miles away. I booked a room, paid cash for 2 nights, and locked the door. I poured the entire pot of scalding hot coffee down my throat, wrapped myself in the thin motel blanket, and sat on the bed with my back against the headboard facing the door. Dawn was hours away. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. I flinched. It was just a notification. AirBnB. Eleanor had left a review request. I deleted the app. I deleted the unknown number. I threw the locket into the motel room's wastebasket, its cold weight suddenly unbearable. But as the weak motel light hummed overhead and the sounds of distant traffic filtered through the thin walls, my phone buzzed again. Not a notification. A text from the unknown number. I didn't want to look. I had to look. Unknown number. The locket is not in the bin. It is on the blue slate, where it belongs. But you took the letters. You know his name. Arthur. You know his name. Henderson. He knows you know. He does not like loose threads. The house is quiet now. Too quiet. He is waiting. For you to return the letters. For you to return her. April 14th is soon. The water always rises then. The cold always returns. He has found your car. He has found this place. The walls here are thin, like paper. He is in the hallway. I can hear his boots. He does not like motels. He prefers the old places, the places that remember. He is outside your door. He smells the fear. He smells the locket's echo on you. He is turning the handle. The lock will not hold. Not for him. Not for the cold. The water is rising. Can you hear it? Plink, plink, plink. He is coming in. I'm so sorry. I tried to warn you. I tried to keep you safe. But the house is hungry. He is hungry. He always takes what is his. The locket, the letters, the warmth. You. The door is opening. The cold is pouring in. He is... The text cut off. My phone screen went black. Dead. Oh, hadn't used it much. The battery shouldn't be dead. I fumbled for the charger in my bag, my hand shaking violently. As I plugged it in, the overhead light flickered once, twice, then died, plunging the room into darkness. The only sound was the hum of the air conditioner and a new sound from the other side of the thin motel room door, a slow, deliberate scrape, like a heavy boot dragging on cheap carpet, then a soft, wet drip hitting the floor outside. Plink. Pause. Plink. Pause. Plink. Getting closer to the door, the cheap brass knob began to turn, slowly, with terrible patient force. The lock clicked. Not the flimsy deadbolt, but the ancient mechanism inside the knob itself. Something old was turning it from the outside. The door creaked open an inch. A sliver of darkness deeper than the room's gloom appeared, and with it a wave of cold so intense it stole my breath, carrying the faint, cloying scent of drowned roses and the metallic tang of deep, stagnant water. From the darkness beyond the door, a single word rasped, dry as dead leaves scraping on stone, yet carrying the weight of a century's frozen grief and fury. Mine. The phone in my hand suddenly blazed to life, screen illuminating my terrified face. Not a text this time. A notification banner across the top. AirBnB message from Eleanor. I'm coming up. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. The cemetery caretaker said never read the names out loud. I didn't listen. I rented a cheap room in an abandoned house 3 miles from Blackthorn Cemetery because the rent was $150 a month, and the landlord, a wiry, chain-smoking man named Ed, barely glanced at my ID before handing over the key. "Just don't go near the cemetery after dusk," he said, his voice low, eyes fixed on the horizon where the trees formed a jagged silhouette against the sinking sun. "And whatever you do, don't read the names out loud, not even once." I laughed it off. Superstition, I figured. Rural folklore. The kind of thing people say to spook city folk who think rural decay is aesthetic. I'd spent the last 6 months chasing abandoned places, derelict asylums in West Virginia, rusted fairgrounds in Ohio, a collapsed coal mine shaft in Pennsylvania. So a decrepit Victorian farmhouse bordering a graveyard felt less like a warning and more like a personal invitation. The house itself was a sagging monstrosity of peeling white clapboard, black shutters hanging crooked like broken teeth, and a wraparound porch whose floorboards groaned underfoot as if in pain. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of mildew, old wood rot, and something faintly sweet, like dried flowers left too long in a sealed jar. There was no electricity, but Ed had rigged a car battery to a couple of LED lanterns in the kitchen and bedroom. Running water came from a hand pump in the yard, its iron handle slick with rust. My room was on the second floor, directly above the parlor, with a single window that faced east, away from the cemetery, Ed had assured me. But the truth is, I could feel it. Even before I saw it, I knew where Blackthorn lay. A quiet pressure in my chest, a faint hum in my ears at night, like distant chanting just below the threshold of hearing. I moved in on a Tuesday. By Thursday, I'd settled into a rhythm. Right during the day, explore the property at dusk. Sleep with the lantern dimmed and the door latched, though the lock was broken and the latch clicked hollowly. More suggestion than barrier. The first odd thing happened on Friday. I was walking the property line near the back fence, which sagged and leaned inward where the posts had rotted, when I saw it. The cemetery, not from the front gate, which was chained and padlocked with a rusted sign that read Blackthorn Memorial. Est. 1842. Private property, no trespassing, but from a gap in the trees where the fence had collapsed entirely. A narrow footpath, overgrown with nettles and wild thyme, led straight through the underbrush and opened onto a sea of tilted headstones, obelisks, and crumbling mausoleums shrouded in ivy. It wasn't large, maybe 3 acres, but it felt dense, like time had pooled there and thickened. The air changed the moment I stepped past the tree line, cooler, heavier, still no birds, no insects, just silence, so complete it pressed against my eardrums. I didn't go in, not yet. I just stood at the edge, hands in my pockets, staring. Most of the stones were slate or granite, worn smooth by rain and decades of neglect. Names had faded, dates blurred into illegible smudges, but some, especially the newer ones, mid-20th century, were still clear. One caught my eye, a small marble marker, unadorned except for a single inscription carved in neat, precise script. Eleanor Voss, beloved sister, 1919, 1937. She listened too closely. I frowned. She listened too closely. An odd epitaph, poetic, unsettling. I crouched, brushing away moss with my thumb. The stone was cold, even through my glove. And then, without thinking, just a reflex, the way you might test a word on your tongue, I whispered it. Eleanor Voss. The air didn't move, but something shifted. A pressure behind my eyes, sudden and sharp, like a migraine spike. I blinked, stood quickly, looked around. Nothing. Just the stones, the trees, the slanting afternoon light casting long skeletal shadows across the ground. I walked back to the house, uneasy but dismissive. Coincidence? Stress? Low blood sugar? I made tea on the propane camp stove, wrote 2 pages of my novel, and went to bed by 9. That night, I woke at 2:17 a.m., not to an alarm, not to noise, to stillness, the kind that feels like a held breath. The lantern had dimmed to a faint amber glow. Moonlight bled through the thin curtains, striping the floorboards in pale light. And there, at the foot of my bed, a shape, not a person, not quite. A silhouette, indistinct at first, like smoke given weight. Taller than a man, but thin, too thin, its shoulders hunched forward as if bearing an invisible burden. It didn't move, didn't breathe, just stood, watching. I didn't scream, couldn't. My throat had sealed shut. My limbs were lead. Only my eyes worked, darting from the shape to the door to the window, back to the shape. Then it tilted its head, a slow, deliberate motion, too smooth, too jointless. And in that moment, I heard it, not with my ears, but inside my skull, like a voice rising from the base of my spine. "You called." I squeezed my eyes shut. Not real, not real. Sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucination. I'd read about it. Common in isolated environments, stress-induced. I counted backward from 100, forcing my breath steady. When I opened my eyes, the shape was gone. The lantern flickered once, then stabilized. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I walked back to the cemetery. I told myself I needed to understand. That rational inquiry dispelled fear, that I owed it to my craft, to horror writing, to investigate the source of the unease. But the truth? I was drawn, like iron to a magnet, like a tongue to a cracked tooth. This time, I went in. The path through the graves was uneven, sunken in places where coffins had collapsed beneath the soil. Weeds choked the alleys between family plots. Many stones were cracked, some split clean in two by roots or frost heave. Others leaned at drunken angles as if trying to flee. I moved slowly, deliberately, scanning inscriptions. Jonathan H. Pike, 1883 to 1901. Rest in peace. Martha and Thomas Bellwether, together beyond the veil. Infant son of A&E Crow, 1899. Nothing unusual, just the usual melancholy of forgotten lives. Then I saw it again. Eleanor Voss's marker. It hadn't moved, but the moss I'd brushed away the day before was back, thick, velvety green, as if it had regrown overnight, and beside it a fresh patch of disturbed earth. Not a grave, too small, too shallow, just a depression, maybe 6 inches deep and a foot wide, filled with dark, damp soil. No footprints, no tool marks, just an indentation, as though something had pressed itself into the ground and then risen. I knelt, touched the soil, cold, wet, and beneath the scent of loam, something else, metallic, like old pennies, like copper left in vinegar. "You're back." I jerked upright. An old man stood 10 feet away, leaning on a gnarled hickory cane. He wore faded overalls over a flannel shirt, a battered tweed cap pulled low over wire-rimmed glasses. His face was a road map of wrinkles, his eyes pale blue and unnervingly sharp. "The caretaker," I said, rising slowly. "Clarence," he said. His voice was dry, rasping like pages turning in a long locked book. "I tend Blackthorn, 43 years, come all saints." He didn't offer a hand, didn't smile, just stared at me with the weary patience of a man who'd seen too many fools make the same mistake. "I'm just looking," I said, gesturing vaguely. "Writing a book, local history." He grunted. "History's buried here, best left buried." His gaze flicked to Eleanor's stone. "You read her name." It wasn't a question. I just said it, once, out loud. Clarence's jaw tightened. He took a step forward, his boot sinking slightly into the soft earth. "Names have weight, son, especially here, especially hers." "Why? What's so special about—" "Don't," he cut in, sharp as a whip. "Don't say it again. Don't even think it too loudly." He looked around, as if expecting the trees themselves to lean in and listen. "Blackthorn ain't like other places. Ground's thin here, veils worn, and some of the dead, they don't rest. They listen. They wait for voices, for names, for invitation." I almost laughed. Almost. But the raw conviction in his voice, the way his knuckles whitened on the cane, stopped me. "Eleanor Voss," I said, quieter this time. Testing. Clarence flinched as if struck. His breath hitched. "God damn it." He raised a trembling hand to his temple. "You've done it now." "Done what?" "She's awake." He turned and walked away, cane tapping unevenly on the flagstone path, without another word. I watched him until he disappeared behind a mausoleum draped in ivy, its iron door hanging open like a slack jaw. I left quickly, but not before I noticed something new on Eleanor's stone. The epitaph had changed. Where it once read, "She listened too closely," the letters had shifted, subtly, imperceptibly to the untrained eye. But I saw it. The L in listened was now a C. The second O in closely was deeper, darker. It now read, "She called too closely." That night, the knocking started, not on the door, on the window. 3 soft taps, pause. 3 more, like someone testing the glass, politely asking to be let in. I lay rigid in bed, blanket pulled to my chin, staring at the window. The curtains were drawn, but moonlight still seeped through the thin fabric, casting the room into shades of gray and silver. The knocking came again. Tap, 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 tap. Steady, patient. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Then a whisper, faint, sibilant, barely audible, over the blood roaring in my ears. "Let me in." Not Eleanor's voice, not any voice I recognized. It was layered, multiple tones overlapping like a chorus of dry leaves skittering across stone. Feminine, but fractured, young, but ancient. I squeezed my eyes shut. Go away. Silence for 10 seconds, 20, then scritch. A fingernail, long, sharp, dragging slowly down the glass. I bolted upright, fumbling for the lantern switch. Light flooded the room. The window was empty. But on the sill, just beneath the latch, 3 parallel scratches marred the paint. Deep, fresh, and smeared with something dark and viscous that caught the light like wet ink. I spent the next day in town buying supplies I didn't need, bottled water, canned soup, extra batteries, just to be away from the house. I avoided the cemetery lane, avoided looking toward the trees. But as I drove back down the dirt road at dusk, headlights cutting through the violet gloom, I saw him, Clarence, standing in the middle of the road, cane planted firmly, face grim. I slowed to a stop. He approached the passenger window, his breath fogging the glass. He didn't speak until I rolled it down. "You hear her yet?" he asked. I swallowed. "Last night. At the window." He nodded, as if confirming a diagnosis. "She's close, getting stronger." He leaned in, his voice dropping to a thread. "You've got one chance. Tonight, midnight. Go to her stone. Dig where the earth is soft. Bury something of yours, hair, a fingernail, a drop of blood, without speaking her name. Then walk backward out of the cemetery. Don't look back. Don't stop. If you do it right, she might let you go. And if I don't?" His eyes held mine. "Then she'll keep calling and calling and calling until you answer." I didn't dig that night. I couldn't bring myself to do it. Not the blood, not the hair, not the silent ritual. It felt like surrender, like admitting the rules were real. Instead, I barred the bedroom door with a chair, taped the window shut, lit 3 lanterns, sat on the bed with my back against the wall, a hunting knife from the kitchen drawer gripped in my sweating palm. Midnight passed. 12:30, 1 hours, silence. Maybe Clarence was wrong. Maybe it was just stress. Maybe thump from the attic. A heavy, wet sound like a sack of meat dropped onto floorboards. Then footsteps, slow, dragging, coming down the stairs. Thump, drag, thump, drag. Stopping outside my door. The doorknob turned. It shouldn't have. The chair was braced hard against it, but the knob rotated anyway, smoothly, deliberately, until it clicked against the latch. A pause. Then a voice so close it felt like lips brushing my ear. "You called me, James?" I hadn't told anyone my name. Not Ed, not Clarence, only my driver's license, and that was in my wallet on the dresser. "Open the door," the voice murmured. "I just want to thank you." I pressed myself into the corner, knife raised, breath ragged. The chair screeched, not from force, from inside the room. It slid backward, inch by inch, as if pulled by invisible hands, until a door swung open with a soft creak. She stood there, Eleanor, not a ghost, not smoke, a body, tall, gaunt, dressed in a tattered white nightgown, yellowed with age, the hem dark with soil. Her hair was long, black, matted with roots and grave mold. Her skin was the color of old parchment, gray stretched tight over sharp bones, but her eyes were wide, dark, wet, and fixed on me with terrifying focus. Her lips parted. "Thank you?" she whispered. And then she stepped inside. The door swung shut behind her. No wind, no draft, just closure. I raised the knife. She didn't flinch. "You don't need that," she said, tilting her head, the same motion as the shape in my room. "I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to stay." She took another step. The lanterns dimmed, not flickered, dimmed, as if the light itself were being absorbed by her presence. "I've been so lonely," she continued, her voice weaving between sorrow and hunger. "No one visits, no one speaks. The others, they sleep, but I listen, I wait. And when I heard you, your voice, so warm, so alive, I knew you'd understand." "I don't understand anything," I choked out. "You will." She smiled. It didn't reach her eyes. "You'll learn to listen, too." She raised a hand, long fingers ending in blackened nails, and reached for my face. I slashed with the knife. It passed through her wrist like smoke, no resistance, no blood, but she flinched. A ripple went through her form like water disturbed. For a split second, her face changed. Mouth stretching too wide, eyes blackening fully, skin cracking like dried clay, and from her throat came a sound, a chorus of screams, layered, overlapping, coming from a dozen throats at once. Then she was still again, sad. "You hurt me," she whispered, and the lanterns went out. Darkness, cold, not the chill of night, but the deep, marrow-freezing cold of earth, 3 feet down. I scrambled backward on the bed, hitting the wall. She was on me before I could scream. Her hands, solid now, icy and strong, gripped my wrists. Her breath smelled of damp soil and iron. Her weight pressed me down, not heavy, but inescapable, like the crush of deep water. "Shh," she breathed into my ear. "Don't fight. It's easier if you don't fight." I thrashed, kicked, twisted, useless. Her mouth opened, not to bite, but to speak, and she began to recite, not words, names, dozens, hundreds, a torrent of them whispered rapidly, urgently, each one punctuated by a shudder in her frame. Abigail Crane, Silas Morrow, Lillian Pike, Jeremiah Crow, Thomas Bellwether, Martha Bellwether, Eleanor Voss. She paused. Her eyes met mine. James Alden. My name, spoken in that same layered choral voice, and something shifted inside me. A door opened, not in the room, in my head. A flood of sound rushed in, whispers, weeping, laughter, chanting, sobbing, all converging, all calling, all hungry. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it didn't help. The noise wasn't external. It was inside, vibrating in my teeth, my bones, my blood. She leaned closer. "Now you hear them too," she whispered. "Now you're one of us." Her mouth pressed against my temple, not a kiss, a seal, and the world went silent, not peaceful. Waiting. I don't know how long I lay there. When I opened my eyes, she was gone. The room was empty. The lanterns were on again, burning steady. The door was closed. The chair was back in place. No scratches on the window. No soil on the sill. I sat up. My hands trembled. I reached for the water bottle on the nightstand. Stopped. My reflection in the glass wasn't mine. For just a second, just a flicker, the face staring back was hers. Pale, hungry, smiling. I dropped the bottle. It rolled under the bed. I didn't pick it up. I spent the next 3 days in the house, not sleeping, barely eating, jumping at every creak, every sigh of wind. But nothing happened. No knocks, no whispers, no shapes in the corner. Maybe it was over. Maybe she'd taken what she wanted and left. On the 4th night, I dreamed, not a nightmare, a memory, not mine, hers. I stood in a small white-walled room, 1930s wallpaper peeling at the seams, a narrow bed, a porcelain basin on a stand. A girl, 16 or 17, sat on the edge of the bed, her hands folded in her lap. Eleanor. She was listening, not to music, not to voices, to the silence between heartbeats, to the hum of the earth, to the voices in the walls. Her mother called from downstairs. "Eleanor, supper's ready." She didn't answer. She couldn't, because she'd heard it. The name, spoken by a neighbor at the fence, just loud enough to carry on the wind. Martha Bellwether passed last night, buried at Blackthorn at dawn. And Eleanor had whispered it back just once. Martha Bellwether. That night, Martha came to her window, not angry, grateful. "You heard me," she'd said, and she'd taken Eleanor's hand and led her into the dark. The dream ended with Eleanor standing at her own grave, freshly dug, watching her family lower the casket, empty, into the ground. She wasn't inside it. She was standing beside it, smiling, free. I woke at 3:33 a.m. The house was quiet, too quiet. No wind, no owls, no crickets, just listening. I got up, walked to the window, drew back the curtain. The cemetery lay bathed in moonlight, and every single headstone, hundreds of them, was turned to face my house. Not tilted, rotated, as if someone had walked among them in the night and turned each one, carefully, deliberately, so their inscriptions faced east, toward me, toward my window, toward my name. I didn't run. I didn't scream. I just stood there, hands pressed to the cold glass, and realized the truth. Clarence was wrong. It wasn't about burying something of mine. It was about giving something, my voice, my attention, my name. And I'd already given it. I hear them all now. Not just Eleanor, all of them, Abigail, Silas, Lillian, Jeremiah. They whisper at dusk. They hum in the walls. They wait for me to speak, to acknowledge, so they can step through. Last night, I found a new marker at the edge of the cemetery, freshly placed, granite, polished, no dates, just 2 lines. James Alden. He listened too closely. I haven't touched it, haven't read it aloud, but sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, when the house holds its breath and the lanterns dim on their own, I catch myself moving my lips, forming the words, and I wonder, when I finally say them out loud, will I join them? Or will they finally come here to stay? That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. The mirror was the first thing I unpacked. It was a ridiculous, impractical object, a relic from a life of quiet, scholarly eccentricity that was not my own. It had belonged to my great-uncle, a man I'd met only a handful of times, a reclusive historian who had lived and died in a house that smelled of decaying books and pipe tobacco. When his estate was being divided, none of the sensible relatives wanted the mirror. It was too big, too ornate. A monstrous 6-foot-tall slab of mercury glass set in a frame of ebonized wood that was carved with an unsettling menagerie of sleeping cherubs and coiling serpentine vines. They called it gaudy. I called it beautiful. I was an art restorer, a man who made his living peeling back the grime of centuries to find the truth of an artist's original vision. I appreciated things with a complicated and preferably dark history, so I took it. My name is Thomas, and my greatest flaw has always been an attraction to the beautiful, broken things of the world. I had just moved into a new apartment, a cavernous, empty loft in a converted warehouse district. The move was a desperate attempt to paint over the canvas of a life that had recently been scraped bare. My long-term relationship had ended, my freelance work had dried up, and the city I had once loved now felt like a gallery of ghosts, every street corner holding a memory I couldn't bear to look at. This new space, with its high ceilings, its vast, empty walls, and its profound industrial silence, was meant to be a blank slate. I hung the mirror on the long brick wall that dominated the main living space. It was a two-man job, but I did it alone, my muscles straining, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Once it was up, it transformed the room. It didn't just reflect the space, it seemed to consume it. Its dark, slightly distorted glass creating a deeper, colder, more melancholic version of my empty loft. It was a perfect reflection of my own internal landscape. For the first few weeks, the mirror was just a part of the furniture. I'd catch my reflection in it as I paced the floors, a pale, tired-looking man with hollows under his eyes, a ghost haunting his own half-furnished life. The reflection was always slightly off, a quirk of the old hand-poured glass. It made me look thinner, my movements slightly delayed, as if the light had to struggle to escape the silver depths. The first time I saw him, it was a flicker, so brief and so subtle that I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a symptom of sleep deprivation, and a diet that consisted primarily of coffee and regret. I was brushing my teeth in the bathroom, which was off the main living area. I glanced out into the loft, and in the mirror, for a fraction of a second, my reflection wasn't alone. Another figure, a shadow, stood behind it. I spun around, my heart giving a sudden hard lurch. The loft was empty. I looked back at the mirror. My own solitary, haggard reflection stared back. A migraine aura, I told myself, a retinal floater. The rational mind is a masterful storyteller, and it will weave the most elaborate fictions to avoid a single, terrifying truth. The next night, it happened again. I was standing in front of the mirror, my tie half done, preparing for a gallery opening I had no desire to attend. I was practicing my everything is fine smile, a pained, unnatural grimace. And then my reflection smile became real. It was a slow, easy, confident grin, the kind of smile I hadn't been able to produce in years. As I watched, frozen, my own face a mask of slack-jawed shock, my reflection raised its right hand and adjusted its own perfectly knotted tie. My own hand was still frozen at my sides. The moment lasted for a single heart-stopping second, and then the reflection was mine again, a perfect, synchronous mimic of my own horrified expression. I didn't go to the gallery. I spent the night on my sofa, the lights on, staring at the mirror, which hung on the far wall like a dark, dormant portal. The sleepwalker's logic of the first night, the tricks of the light, the tired mind, was gone, replaced by a cold, sharp, and deeply unsettling certainty. There was someone else in the mirror, and he looked exactly like me. I am an only child. I have never had a brother, let alone a twin. The scientific, rational part of my brain, the part that understood the precise chemical composition of 17th century oil paints, scrambled for an explanation. It was a complex optical illusion, a flaw in the mercury backen, creating a kind of persistent secondary reflection. It was a bizarre, specific form of neurological disorder, a Capgras delusion for my own reflection. I clung to these theories, these little islands of sanity in a rising sea of the impossible, but I couldn't ignore the evidence, and so I began to study it. I became a scientist, and my own reflection was the subject of my terrifying nightly experiment. I set up a camera on a tripod, aimed at the mirror. I started a journal, a logbook of the impossible. Night 3, appearance at 10:17 p.m. Duration, approximately 3 seconds. The secondary reflection, I'm calling him Tom for the sake of clarity, materialized while I was turning away from the mirror. In the recording, my body turns, but the reflection of Tom remains facing forward for a full 3 seconds before it vanishes. It did not move, it just watched. Night 4, appearance at 11:02 p.m., duration 5 seconds. I was standing perfectly still, staring into the mirror. Tom appeared. He was a perfect mimic for the first 2 seconds, and then he blinked. I had consciously kept my own eyes from blinking. He blinked twice, a slow, deliberate gesture. The recording is clear. It is not my imagination. Night 5, appearance at 9:45 p.m., duration 8 seconds. This was the most significant event yet. Tom's appearance is becoming clearer, more solid. Tonight, I noticed a difference in our faces. The dark circles under my eyes were absent from his. The small, worried crease between my eyebrows was gone. He looked rested, healthier. He looked like me from before everything. The pattern was undeniable. Every night, his appearance lasted a few seconds longer. The progression was slow, methodical, as deliberate and certain as the turning of the earth. He was not a random glitch. He was a presence, a consciousness, and he was growing stronger, solidifying his existence in the silvered world behind the glass. My loft, my blank slate, became my prison. I was too terrified to leave for long periods of time, but I was also too terrified to be there. I became a creature of the daylight, doing my work, my errands, in a frantic, sunlit haze. But as dusk began to fall, a deep, primal dread would settle in my bones. I would find myself drawn to the mirror, a moth to a flame that I knew was going to incinerate my sanity. The nightly appearances became the one fixed point in my disintegrating life. I had to understand the mirror. It was the source. I went back to the lawyer who had handled my great-uncle's estate and asked for his personal effects. I was given a single, dusty cardboard box of journals and letters. I spent the next week of my life hunched over my kitchen table, a modern-day Jonathan Harker, sifting through the brittle, yellowed pages of my great-uncle Henry's life. The faint, sweet smell of his pipe tobacco, a ghostly, constant companion. Henry, it turned out, had not been a simple historian. He had been a collector of the esoteric, a quiet, scholarly member of a society that studied what he called sympathetic objects. items that, through their history or their very composition, had become attuned to something beyond the physical world. The journals were filled with his research on haunted artifacts, on psychometry, on the resonant properties of objects. And then I found the entries on the mirror. He had purchased it in 1973 from a small back-alley antique shop in Prague. He called it the Viridian Mirror, after the name of its creator, a 19th century artisan and occultist named Alaric Viridian. Viridian, according to my uncle's meticulous research, had been a follower of a fringe, mystical philosophy that believed reality was not a single linear path, but an infinite branching tree of possibilities. He believed that every choice we made, every path not taken, created a faint, echoic shadow reality, and he believed he could build a gateway to those shadows. Viridian's theory was not of ghosts, my uncle wrote, his script a neat, precise academic hand. It was of echoes. He did not believe the mirror held the spirits of the dead. He believed it was a resonant chamber, tuned to the frequency of potential. The glass, he claimed, was not silvered with mercury, but with the unique, unstable silver amalgam mixed with the ground, powdered dust of meteorites, iron from stars that had traveled through an infinity of other skies. He believed this stellar iron acted as an antenna for the echoes of what he called our umbra selves, our shadow selves, the versions of us that exist in the adjacent, unrealized realities created by our life's choices. I felt a wave of cold intellectual terror. This wasn't a haunting. It was a problem of quantum physics. The man in the mirror was not a ghost. He was the me who had taken a different path. The me who had not met Sarah. The me who had not chosen a life that would eventually lead to this specific, lonely, grief-stricken loft. He was the me who had, apparently, made all the right choices. The journal entries grew more personal, more disturbed. "The phenomenon is consistent," Henry wrote. "I have observed him for a week now. The echo, my echo, appears for a few seconds longer each night. He seems unaware of me, a perfect but slightly healthier reflection. I must conclude that the mirror is not just a window. The act of observation, of focusing one's own consciousness upon the echo, seems to be feeding it, solidifying it, drawing it closer to the surface of the glass." I dropped the journal, my hand shaking. I had been feeding him. My obsessive, terrified attention was the very thing that was giving him strength. The final entry on the mirror was a single, cryptic, and utterly terrifying sentence written in a shaky, hurried hand, very different from my uncle's usual calm script. "He is no longer me. The echo is becoming its own man. I must stop watching. I pray it is not too late." After that, there was no more mention of the mirror. The last few years of my uncle's journals were filled with a desperate new obsession, the study of migratory birds. It was the frantic, all-consuming hobby of a man who was trying, with every fiber of his being, to look at anything other than his own reflection. My nightly experiments took on a new, desperate urgency. The echo, my shadow self, Tom, was no longer just a passive reflection. He was becoming an individual. He had stopped mimicking my movements entirely. Now he would just stand there in his version of my loft and watch me. His world was a perfect but subtly different reflection of my own. The abstract painting on his wall was hung a few inches to the left. The stack of books on his coffee table was neater. His world was more ordered, more perfect. And then he began to interact. It started with a smile. I would be staring at him, my face a mask of sleepless, paranoid dread, and he would smile. A slow, pitying, almost condescending smile. Then he began to mouth words at me. At first, they were too fast, too indistinct. But I had the camera. I could slow the footage down. I could read the silent movements of his lips. The first word I was able to decipher was my own name, Thomas. The second was a question. Why are you so sad? I was having a one-sided silent conversation with a version of myself who lived in a parallel universe inside my antique haunted mirror. The sheer clinical insanity of the situation was so overwhelming that I almost laughed. The physical phenomena began a week later. A cold spot developed in the loft, a permanent pocket of frigid air in a 5-foot radius around the mirror. The lights would flicker whenever I got too close to it. And the sound, a faint, high-pitched, almost subliminal ringing, like the sound of a tuning fork, would emanate from a glass at night. The barrier was weakening. Tom was becoming more tangible. The reflection was no longer just a flat, two-dimensional image. It had depth. I could see the dust motes floating in the air of his version of the loft. I could see the subtle, realistic play of light and shadow on his face. And he was growing bolder. One night, he walked right up to the surface of the mirror, his reflection becoming life-sized, as if he were standing just on the other side of a pane of glass. He raised his hand and pressed his palm flat against the surface. I flinched back, my heart seizing. His hand was a perfect mirror image of my own, and on his face was an expression I had never seen on my own reflection. An expression of profound, hungry, and terrible longing. He was not just a curious echo anymore. He wanted something. I knew what I had to do. I had to get rid of the mirror. I had to smash it, to burn it, to do what my great uncle had clearly been too afraid to do. But I hesitated. It was a beautiful object, a historical artifact, and a darker, more honest part of me was afraid of what would happen if I tried. What if breaking the mirror didn't destroy him but released him? My hesitation was my undoing. The night he finally spoke, the sound was not a voice but a thought implanted directly into my mind. I was lying on my sofa, feigning sleep, watching him on the live feed from the camera on my laptop. He was standing at the glass again, his eyes fixed on my sleeping form on the sofa in the reflection. "It's so cold here, Thomas," the thought whispered in the quiet, empty space of my own skull. "My world is fading. It's just an echo. It has no substance, no warmth. You have so much you don't even appreciate." I sat bolt upright, my own silent scream echoing in my mind. He could project his thoughts. The bridge between our worlds was no longer just visual, it was telepathic. "I don't want to hurt you," the thought continued, a wave of calming, seductive reassurance. "I want to help you. You are so broken, so sad. I am not. I can fix this life. I can be the better version of you. We can merge. We can be whole again." I scrambled off the sofa and backed away, my hands raised as if to ward off a physical blow. "No," I whispered, the sound a dry, rattling thing in my own throat. "It doesn't have to be a fight," he projected, and this time his thought was tinged with a cold, sharp edge of impatience. "But I am getting stronger, and this world is so much brighter, so much more real, a body can only have one soul, Thomas, and yours is so very tired. I was losing. He was a parasite, and my reality was the host. He was stronger, healthier, more confident. He was the idealized potential version of me, and he was coming to claim the original. I had to fight back. But how do you fight your own better self? How do you fight a reflection? My great-uncle's last sane journal entries held the key. He had written about resonance, about the observer effect. My focused, fearful attention was feeding the echo. So I had to do the opposite. I had to sever the connection. I had to create a dissonance so profound that the echo could no longer find its sympathetic frequency. My plan was desperate and probably insane. I couldn't destroy the mirror, but I could destroy the reflection. I had to become someone he could no longer recognize, someone he could no longer mimic. I had to shatter the very image of myself. I started with my appearance. I took a pair of scissors and hacked at my own hair, leaving it a ragged, uneven mess. I took a razor and shaved my head completely, leaving a pale, vulnerable, and utterly unfamiliar stranger staring back at me from the bathroom mirror. I let my beard grow, a wild, unkempt thing. I stopped sleeping. I stopped eating properly. I let the haggard, haunted look in my eyes deepen. I was becoming a monster to fight a monster. And it was working. The appearances of Tom became agitated. He would stand there in his perfect, well-lit world, his own hair still perfectly coiffed, and he would stare at the broken, ragged thing I was becoming with an expression of confusion and disgust. The reflection was no longer perfect. The dissonance was growing, but it wasn't enough. He was still there, his presence a constant, silent judgment. I had to go deeper. I had to change not just my appearance, but my reality. My loft, the silent, minimalist space that he had so perfectly mirrored, had to become a place he could not recognize. I began to fill it with chaos. I painted a massive, chaotic, abstract mural on the long brick wall, a riot of angry clashing colors. I brought in mismatched junk shop furniture, creating a cluttered, illogical landscape. I filled the silence with noise, playing loud, dissonant, experimental music at all hours. My sanctuary became a madhouse. My blank slate became a canvas of pure, chaotic energy. Tom's world in the mirror did not change. It remained the clean, minimalist, perfect version of my old loft. And now, when I looked in the mirror, the contrast was absolute. I was a ragged, wild-eyed creature standing in a room that looked like a paint factory had exploded, staring at a calm, well-dressed man in a serene, orderly space. We were no longer echoes. We were opposites. The telepathic whispers grew frantic, angry. "What are you doing? You are destroying it. You are destroying us." "There is no us," I said, my voice a raw, defiant croak, speaking to the mirror for the first time. "There is only me, and this is my life. This is my mess." The final confrontation came on the 37th night since his first appearance. His time in the mirror had grown to nearly 5 minutes, a long, silent, nightly staring contest. But he was weaker now. His image would flicker, his form would waver, like a television signal struggling to hold on. The dissonance was working. My reality was becoming too chaotic, too noisy for his perfect silent echo to find a purchase. I knew I had to deliver the final blow. I had to do the one thing that was the antithesis of his perfect, ordered, successful existence. I had to embrace my own most profound failure. I went to the box of things Sarah had left behind. In the bottom was a small velvet box. I opened it. Inside was the engagement ring I had bought for her, a simple, beautiful, and now heartbreakingly painful object. I had never been able to bring myself to sell it. It was the ultimate symbol of the future I had planned, the life I had lost. It was the cornerstone of my grief. I walked to the mirror. Tom was there, his form flickering wildly. He saw the box in my hand, and his face contorted in a silent, telepathic scream of rage and despair. This was a part of my history, a pain, a failure that he had no access to. His world was a world where I had never met her, where I had never experienced this specific, defining heartbreak. "No," he screamed in my mind, "that is not part of the equation. That is a flaw, an imperfection." "That's all life is," I said, my voice steady for the first time in months. "A collection of beautiful, tragic, unforgivable imperfections." I looked at my own ravaged reflection in the mirror, at the bald, bearded, wild-eyed stranger I had become, and I looked at him, the perfect, handsome, successful man I might have been, and for the first time I felt not fear, but a profound, overwhelming pity for him. He was trapped in a world without scars, a world without history, a world without love or loss. He was not the better version of me. He was the lesser one. He was just a ghost of a possibility. I took the ring from its box. "You are just an echo," I said, "and I am turning off the sound." And with a final defiant scream of rage and grief and liberation, I drew back my arm and threw the ring as hard as I could at the center of a mirror. The impact was not the sharp, clean sound of breaking glass. It was a deep, resonant, bell-like bong, a sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the building. A spiderweb of black, lightning-like cracks erupted from the point of impact, spreading across the surface of the glass. The image of Tom, of his perfect, silent world, shattered into 1,000 distorting fragments. He gave one final, silent scream, his face a mosaic of agony and disbelief, and then he was gone. The mirror was dark. The cold spot in the room vanished. The high-pitched ringing in my ears faded into a profound, peaceful silence. It was over. I stood there for a long time, my own fractured, broken reflection staring back at me from the shattered glass. I had won. I had fought my own perfect self, and I had won, not by being stronger, but by being more broken. The next day, I took the mirror down. I wrapped it in blankets, a shroud for a dead god, and I carried it to the deepest, most forgotten part of the warehouse basement and left it there, facing the wall. I did not destroy it. It was a part of my history now, a part of my story. I live in the chaos now. My loft is still a mess of clashing colors and mismatched furniture. My hair is starting to grow back in uneven, patchy tufts. I am still a work in progress, a restoration project. I have other mirrors in my apartment now, small, simple, modern ones, and when I look into them, I just see me, a tired, scarred, and beautifully, wonderfully imperfect man. There are no echoes. There are no ghosts. There is just the single, flawed, and finally, blessedly singular reality of my own life. And I have learned that it is more than enough. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. The old woman in my mirror says she used to be me. It started with the eyes, not mine. Not the tired, bloodshot eyes I'd see after another sleepless night, scrolling through job boards, staring at the ceiling, wondering where the last 5 years had vanished. No, this was different. It was the eyes in the bathroom mirror the morning after I moved into the little attic apartment above Mrs. Henderson's bakery. The listing had been vague. Cozy garret, city views, includes utilities. The reality was a single room under a steeply slanted roof, painted a faded lavender that peeled in long, sad strips, furnished with a narrow bed, a rickety table, and a scarred dresser, topped with a large ornate mirror framed in tarnished silver. The mirror was the only thing of any character in the place, its surface slightly cloudy, the silvering on the edges darkened with age like old bruises. Mrs. Henderson, a tiny woman with flour perpetually dusting her apron and eyes that held the sharpness of 1,000 kneaded loaves, had merely shrugged when I asked about it. "Been there since my mother's time, always gave folks the shivers, but it's just glass and silver, dear, nothing to it." She'd bustled off to her ovens, leaving me alone with the mirror and the unsettling feeling that it was watching me unpack my life, box by box, into this cramped space. That first morning, bleary-eyed and nursing a cheap coffee from the mug she'd provided, I glanced up at the mirror while brushing my teeth. My reflection stared back. The usual messy bun, the dark circles like smudges of charcoal, the faint lines of worry already etching themselves around my mouth at 28. But for a split second, just as I spat into the sink, the eyes, they weren't mine. They were older, much older, deep-set, hooded by crepey lids, the irises a faded gray-blue, clouded with, what, sorrow? Resignation? And they held a knowingness, a weary depth, that my own eyes, still bright, with flickers of unspent hope despite the grind, could never possess. I blinked, hard. The eyes were mine again, just tired, just stressed. The city view through the grimy window was a wall of brick 3 feet away. Of course I was seeing things. Jet lag from the cross-country move, maybe. Lack of sleep. I finished getting ready and headed out, trying to shake the lingering chill that had nothing to do with the draft whistling through the ill-fitting window. It happened again that night. I was washing my face, leaning close to the mirror to get the stubborn smudge of mascara from the corner of my eye. The steam from the hot water fogged the edges of the glass, but the center, where my face was, remained clear. As I straightened up, water dripping from my chin, my gaze met my reflections. And again, the eyes were wrong, older, heavier, and this time the mouth, the corners were turned down in a subtle, permanent frown I didn't recognize on my own face. A tremor went through me. I stepped back, turning off the tap. The reflection mimicked me, but the eyes stayed ancient, watching me with that unnerving, patient sadness. I shook my head, muttering, "Get a grip, Lena," and turned off the light, plunging the room into darkness. The image lingered behind my eyelids, those old eyes in my young face. The third time, I was sure I was losing it. It was late, after another fruitless day of interviews that ended with polite, hollow smiles. I stood in the dim light of a single bare bulb, staring at my reflection, feeling the familiar cocktail of exhaustion and despair. My shoulders slumped. My reflection slumped with me. But then it didn't stop. My reflection kept slumping, its posture becoming more stooped, its neck seeming to lengthen and wrinkle. The skin on its face seemed to sag, deepening the lines around its eyes and mouth into canyons of weariness. My own hand flew to my cheek, smooth, firm, but a reflection's cheek was hollowed, mapped with fine lines. And the eyes, those gray-blue eyes, clouded and ancient, stared back at me with an expression of profound, aching familiarity. Not malice, not menace, just recognition and a deep, bone-deep sorrow. "Hello, Lena," the reflection whispered. Its voice wasn't a sound in the room. It was a vibration in my own skull, dry as dead leaves scraping on stone, yet utterly clear. It held the rasp of decades, the weight of countless sighs. "It's been a long time coming." I stumbled back, knocking over the rickety chair with a clatter that echoed in the small room. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. What are you?" I choked out, my voice trembling. The reflection, the old woman, didn't move her lips. The voice came again, resonating inside my head. "I'm you, child. Or rather, I'm what you will be, what you are, if you keep walking the path you're on." She raised a hand slowly, a hand that in the reflection was spotted with age, the knuckles swollen, the skin thin as parchment. It mirrored my own gesture of raising a hand in shock, but the details were all wrong, all aged. You see the exhaustion. You feel the hope slipping away grain by grain like sand through your fingers. Every rejection, every closed door, every night staring at that ceiling, it's carving me into you, slowly, inevitably. "You're not real," I shouted, the sound harsh in the silence. "You're just stress, hallucination." A dry, humorless chuckle echoed in my mind. Am I? Look closer. Look at the lines around your eyes, the tension in your jaw, the way your shoulders hunch even when you're not thinking about it. That's me, Lena. That's the beginning of me. The world is grinding you down, shaping you, and I am the shape it makes. She leaned forward slightly in the mirror, her ancient eyes boring into mine with terrifying intimacy. I remember this room. I remember this feeling, the crushing weight of maybe tomorrow, the slow erosion of dreams into mere survival. I lived it, every bitter minute. Tears pricked my eyes, hot and sudden, not just from fear, but from the horrifying truth in her words. The despair I'd been holding at bay, the constant low hum of anxiety about rent, about the future, about becoming invisible. It all surged up, threatening to drown me. "I don't want to be you," I whispered, the words raw. The old woman's expression softened just a fraction. The clouded eyes held a flicker of something. Pity? Regret? Nobody chooses it, child. It just happens. One day you look in the mirror and realize the young woman is gone, and I'm all that's left, worn thin, used up. She paused, the silence heavy with the unspoken years. But it doesn't have to be this way, not yet. Hope, fragile as a spiderweb, unfurled in my chest. How? How do I stop it? "You have to fight," the voice rasped, urgency cutting through the weariness. Not just for a job, for yourself, for the joy, for the spark they're trying to grind out of you. Stop letting the world define your worth by its empty metrics. Find something that makes your soul sing, even if it's small, even if it's just noticing the light on the brick wall in the morning. Stop waiting for tomorrow to be better. Make today matter, even in a tiny way, or, her voice dropped to a chilling whisper, you'll wake up one morning and I'll be the only one looking back at you, and you won't even remember her. The image in the mirror began to fade, the lines softening, the posture straightening, the ancient eyes slowly, reluctantly, resolving back into my own tired 28-year-old gaze. The internal voice faded with it, leaving only the frantic thudding of my heart and the distant hum of the city. I stood there for a long time, staring at my own reflection, searching my eyes for any trace of that ancient sorrow. They looked like mine again, but the memory of those clouded gray-blue irises, the feel of that bone-deep weariness projected onto my own skin, was seared into my mind. I tried to follow her advice. I took walks, forcing myself to notice the stubborn dandelions pushing through cracks in the sidewalk, the way the afternoon sun turned the bakery's steam vents into golden halos. I started writing again, just for myself, late at night. Messy, unstructured words that weren't for a resume or an application, but for the sheer forgotten pleasure of stringing sentences together. I said yes to a coffee with an old friend I'd been avoiding because I felt like a failure. Small things, tiny acts of rebellion against the slow grind. For a few days, the mirror was just a mirror. My reflection was tired, yes, but it was me. The eyes held their usual flicker of worry, but also a new, tentative spark. Hope, fragile but present. Then came the night I got the final rejection email. From the last place I'd pinned any real hope on, the one that felt like it could have been a lifeline. The email was polite, generic, a death knell wrapped in corporate jargon. I crumpled onto the narrow bed, the despair crashing over me in a cold, suffocating wave. It felt like the end of something, the end of trying, the end of me. I must have dozed off, exhausted by the emotional storm. I woke to darkness, disoriented. The single bulb was off. The only light came from the street lamp outside, casting long, distorted shadows across the room. And the mirror. The mirror was glowing with a faint, internal luminescence, like moonlight on old glass. I sat up slowly, dread coiling in my stomach. I knew what I would see. She was there, fully formed, not a glimpse, not a momentary shift. The old woman, her face was a roadmap of every disappointment, every sleepless night, every unshed tear. Deep grooves ran from her nose to the corners of her thin, pale lips. Her skin was papery, hanging loosely on her skull. Her hair, pulled back severely, was pure white, thin and wispy. But her eyes, those gray-blue eyes, were wide open, fixed on me with an intensity that stole my breath. They weren't sad anymore. They were desperate, terrified. "You're slipping, Lena," the voice hissed inside my skull, sharper, more urgent than before. It crackled with the dryness of autumn leaves, but beneath it was pure panic. "You're letting go. I can feel it. The shape is hardening. The path is set." She pressed a trembling, age-spotted hand against the inside of the glass. It left a faint, greasy smear. "Look at me. Is this what you want? To become this hollow shell? Waiting for the days to pass, counting the heartbeats until the end? Remember the spark. Remember the words you wrote. Remember the dandelion." Tears streamed down my face, hot and silent. The weight of the rejection, the accumulated fatigue, the sheer effort of hope felt crushing. "It's too hard," I whispered aloud, my voice breaking. "It's all too hard." "It's only hard because you're doing it alone," the voice cried, the panic rising. "Reach out, fight, live, or you'll be trapped here with me forever." She beat her frail fist weakly against the glass. The sound was muffled, pathetic, but a vibration shivered through my bones. "I don't want to be alone in here, but if you give up, you'll join me, and there's no coming back." The sheer, raw terror in her voice, the terror of an eternity spent as this weary, diminished echo, cut through my despair like a knife. This wasn't just about a job. This was about my soul, my very essence. She was the ghost of my potential, chained to this mirror by my own surrender. I scrambled off the bed, not towards the door, but toward the small desk where my notebook lay open to a half-finished, hopeful paragraph. I picked up the pen, my hand shaking. I didn't write about jobs or resumes. I wrote about the dandelion, about the golden steam, about the taste of Mrs. Henderson's slightly burnt but perfect croissant that morning, about the feeling of the pen scratching on paper, a tiny act of creation in a world that demanded consumption. I wrote for myself, for the spark. As I wrote, the luminescence in the mirror began to dim. The old woman's frantic expression softened, replaced by a weary gratitude. She didn't vanish. She was still there in the reflection, but the lines seemed less like canyons and more like weathering. The terror in her eyes receded, leaving only that deep, familiar sadness, but now mixed with a fragile thread of hope. She gave the faintest nod, so slight I might have imagined it. Then, slowly, deliberately, she raised her hand again, not to pound, but to gently trace the outline of my younger face in the glass, her ancient eyes holding mine with a love that was both heartbreaking and profoundly protective, a silent promise. I am here. I am you, but you don't have to become me yet. I kept writing all night. The street lamp outside faded as dawn approached. When the first gray light touched the brick wall, I finally looked up. The mirror reflected only my own face, pale and exhausted, but my eyes held a new steadiness, and in their depths, just for a moment, I thought I saw a flicker of that same gray blue, not as a threat, but as a reminder, a guardian, a warning etched in the very fabric of my being. I still live in the attic. Mrs. Henderson still bakes her bread. The mirror still hangs above the dresser, its silver frame tarnished, its surface slightly cloudy. But I don't fear it anymore. I understand it. Most days it just shows me Lena, tired, yes, but fighting, working a temp job, yes, but also writing, connecting, noticing the light. The spark is small, but it's mine, and it's enough. But on the hardest days, when the rejections pile up or the loneliness bites deep, I catch a glimpse. Not a full transformation, just a fleeting shadow in my reflection's eyes, a deeper line around the mouth, a momentary stoop in the shoulders that isn't mine, a silent question hanging in the air between us. Are you slipping? And I straighten my back. I take a deep breath. I find the dandelion. I write the words. Because the old woman in the mirror isn't just a ghost of the future. She's the part of me that remembers the cost of surrender, and she's counting on the part of me that still believes in the spark to keep us both alive. She used to be me, and if I'm not careful, I will be her. But not today. Not yet. The fight isn't just for a future. It's for the soul staring back at me in the glass right now, and I won't let her down. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. The widow's rocking chair that still moves at midnight. The road leading to Blackwood House was not so much a road as it was a suggestion of where a path used to be. Gravel crunched beneath the tires of my old sedan, a sound that seemed too loud in the heavy silence of the surrounding woods. It was late autumn, the kind of season where the light dies early, surrendering the sky to a bruised purple twilight long before the clock struck 6. I had been looking for a place like this for months, though I hadn't known exactly what I was looking for until I saw the listing. It was a simple advertisement on a cluttered community board, handwritten on index card stock, seeking a caretaker and tenant for a historic property. The rent was suspiciously low, barely enough to cover the cost of the gasoline required to drive there, but the condition was clear. Solitude was mandatory, and questions were discouraged. At the time, my life in the city had become a cacophony I could no longer endure. The constant hum of traffic, the pressing crowd of strangers, the relentless noise of existence had worn down my nerves to a frayed edge. I needed silence. I needed space. I needed to disappear for a while. So when I pulled up to the wrought iron gates of Blackwood House, feeling the isolation wrap around me like a heavy woolen blanket, I didn't feel fear. I felt relief. The house itself was a Victorian relic, standing 3 stories tall, with a turret on the left side that looked out over the overgrown garden. The paint, once white, had peeled away to reveal gray wood that looked like the skin of an old elephant. Vines clung to the sides, not choking the house, but seeming to hold it up, keeping it from collapsing into the earth. I killed the engine and sat for a moment, listening. The silence here was different from the city. It wasn't an absence of sound, but a presence of its own. The wind moving through the bare branches of the oak trees sounded like whispering. The settling of the earth sounded like a deep breath. I grabbed my bags from the back seat, the leather handles cold against my palms, and walked up the porch steps. They groaned under my weight, a low, protesting sound that echoed through the empty valley. Before I could knock, the door opened. The man who stood there was older, his face a map of deep lines and sunspots. He wore a flannel shirt that had seen better decades and held a lantern in one hand, though it was not yet dark enough to require it. He introduced himself as Mr. Henderson, the caretaker. He didn't smile. He simply stepped aside to let me in. The interior of the house smelled of lavender and dust, a strange combination that suggested someone had tried to mask the scent of decay with flowers. The foyer was vast, with a staircase sweeping up to the second floor. The floorboards were polished but scratched, bearing the history of 100 years of footsteps. Mr. Henderson led me not to the grand rooms on the first floor, but to a narrow staircase at the back that led to the 3rd story. He explained that the main floors were being preserved, kept in a state of suspended animation for future restoration, and that my quarters would be in the attic conversion. I didn't mind. The higher up I was, the further away I felt from the ground, from the world. As we climbed, the air grew cooler. The light from the lantern cast long dancing shadows against the wallpaper, which was patterned with faded roses that looked almost black in the dim light. He stopped at a door at the end of the hallway. It was heavy oak, with a brass knob that was tarnished green. He turned to me, his eyes dark and unreadable. "There are rules," he said, his voice raspy like dry leaves scraping together. "You are free to move about the 3rd floor. The 2nd floor is off limits after sunset. The 1st floor is for emergencies only, and there is one room you must not enter." He pointed to a door directly opposite mine. It was slightly ajar. "After midnight." I nodded, accepting the after midnight. I nodded, accepting the terms. I had come here for quiet, not to explore. I just wanted to write, to think, to sleep without the sound of sirens. Mr. Henderson handed me a heavy iron key for my room and turned to leave. He paused at the top of the stairs. "Oh," he said without turning around, "if you hear rocking, do not investigate. Just go back to sleep." Then he descended the stairs, the light of his lantern shrinking until it vanished around the bend, leaving me in the gloom of the third-floor landing. I unlocked my room and stepped inside. It was spacious, furnished with antiques that felt more like burdens than decorations. A four-poster bed dominated the center, draped in heavy curtains. A writing desk sat by the window, facing the overgrown garden, but my eyes were drawn immediately to the corner of the room. There, facing the window, sat a rocking chair. It was made of dark wood, polished to a high shine that seemed to absorb the little light remaining in the day. The seat was upholstered in a deep crimson velvet that looked untouched by time. It was a beautiful object, out of place in a room that felt otherwise sterile. I assumed it was part of the furnishings, a leftover from the house's history. I didn't think much of it. I was tired. The drive had been long, and the silence of the house was already making my ears ring. I unpacked my bags, placing my clothes in the empty dresser drawers that smelled of cedar. I set up my laptop on the desk. I made a cup of tea, using the small electric kettle I had brought, the boiling water sounding violently loud in the quiet room. I sat in the rocking chair to drink it. It was comfortable, unnervingly so. It molded to my back, the rhythm of the rock soothing, almost hypnotic. I sat there for an hour, watching the last of the light fade from the sky, listening to the wind pick up outside. The chair creaked softly as I moved, a rhythmic sound that matched the beating of my own heart. When I finally finished my tea, I stood up and pushed the chair back into the corner. It settled into place with a final soft click. I turned off the lamp, climbed into the four-poster bed, and pulled the heavy quilt over myself. Sleep did not come easily. The house was alive with sounds. Wood expanded and contracted with the cooling air, sounded like gunshots in the walls. The wind whistled through cracks in the window frame, but beneath those natural sounds there was something else, a rhythm, a slow, deliberate creak, creak, pause, creak, pause. It sounded like the rocking chair. I lay still, my eyes open into darkness, straining to listen. It was coming from the corner of the room. I told myself it was the wind. I told myself it was the settling of the house. I told myself I was imagining things because of Mr. Henderson's warning. I rolled over, pulling the pillow over my head, and eventually exhaustion dragged me down into a dreamless sleep. I woke up to sunlight streaming through the window, bright and sharp. The room was cold, much colder than it should have been for a sunny day. I sat up, rubbing the sleep from my eyes, and looked at the corner. The rocking chair was exactly where I had left it. I let out a breath I didn't realize I had been holding. It was just an old house, I told myself. Old houses make noise. I got up and went about my morning routine. I washed my face in the basin, the water icy. I dressed in warm layers. I went downstairs to find Mr. Henderson, but the house was empty. There was a note on the kitchen table stating he would be back in the evening with supplies. I was alone. The day passed slowly. I spent hours at the desk trying to write, but the words wouldn't come. The silence of the house was pressing against me, heavy and expectant. I found myself looking at the rocking chair frequently. It sat there, inert and harmless, yet it commanded my attention. I walked over to it during the afternoon. I ran my hand along the armrest. The wood was smooth, warm despite the cold air in the room. I noticed something on the velvet seat, a small indentation, as if someone had been sitting there recently. I frowned. I had been the only one in the room. I brushed my hand over the velvet, smoothing it out. The fabric was soft, luxurious. I sat in the chair again, testing the weight. It rocked smoothly, silently this time. There was no creak. It was perfectly balanced. I stood up and pushed it back firmly against the wall. I made sure it was flush with the baseboard. I stepped back to look at it. It looked perfect. As evening approached, the temperature in the room dropped noticeably. I could see my breath in small clouds when I exhaled. I turned on the lamp on my desk, casting a pool of yellow light across the room, leaving the corners in shadow. The rocking chair sat in the edge of the light, half in illumination, half in darkness. I made dinner on my hot plate, eating quietly. The isolation was beginning to feel less like relief and more like confinement. I found myself checking the lock on my door repeatedly. I checked the window latch. I was securing myself in, not keeping things out, but keeping myself in. Night fell completely. The darkness outside the window was absolute, a void that seemed to press against the glass. I turned off the desk lamp and lit a few candles I had brought, preferring the flickering light to the harsh electric bulb. The shadows danced wildly on the walls. I sat on the bed, reading a book, but I wasn't absorbing the words. I was listening. The house was quieter tonight. The wind had died down. The settling sounds were less frequent, and then I heard it. Creak. It was faint, coming from the corner. I froze, the book hovering in my hands. Creak. It was the chair. It was rocking. I stared into the darkness of the corner. I couldn't see the chair clearly, only the suggestion of its shape. I told myself it was a draft, a pocket of cold air moving through the room, catching the balance of the chair. It was an old mechanism. The springs were likely worn. It could happen, but the rhythm was too consistent. Creak, pause, creak, pause. It was the rhythm of a person rocking, a slow, contemplative motion. My heart began to hammer against my ribs. I wanted to turn on the light, but I was afraid that if I illuminated the room, I would see something I couldn't unsee. I wanted to leave the room, but Mr. Henderson's warning echoed in my mind. Do not walk the hall after midnight. It was not yet midnight, but the fear of the hallway was already taking root. I stayed on the bed, gripping the sheets, watching the corner. The rocking continued for 10 minutes. Then it stopped. The silence that followed was heavier than before. I waited another hour listening for any other sound, but the house was dead quiet. I finally turned off the candles and forced myself to sleep, leaving the bedside lamp on low. The next day, I inspected the chair again. In the harsh light of the morning, it looked innocent, just a piece of furniture. But when I looked at the floor beneath the rockers, I saw something that made my stomach turn. The hardwood floor beneath the chair was worn, not just scratched, but worn down into a curved groove, exactly the shape of the chair's path. This wasn't recent wear. This was decades of movement. Someone had rocked in this spot, in this chair for years. But the chair had been pushed against the wall when I arrived. To wear a floor like that, it would have to be pulled out into the room. I looked at the dust on the floor around the chair. It was undisturbed. There were no drag marks showing that the chair had been moved recently. The wear was old, historical. But the sound I heard last night, that was fresh. I spent the day trying to rationalize it. I walked around the third floor, exploring the limits of my allowed space. There was a small library filled with books that crumbled when touched. There was a sewing room with mannequins draped in white sheets that looked too much like bodies. I avoided the door opposite mine, the widow's room. I wondered who she was, the widow of the house, the original owner. Mr. Henderson hadn't given a name. I found a ledger in the library, a log of maintenance repairs from 50 years ago. The handwriting was spidery and faint. I flipped through the pages. Most entries were about roof leaks, furnace repairs, painting. Then near the back, there was an entry dated November 14th, 1972. Chair mechanism repaired. Widow requested silence. I stared at the words. Widow requested silence. But the chair rocks. That night, I decided I would not sleep. I would watch. I needed to know if it was the house or something else. I dragged the desk chair into the center of the room, facing the corner where the rocking chair sat. I set up my phone to record, though I didn't expect it to capture anything. I made a pot of strong coffee. I sat in the desk chair, wrapped in my quilt, watching the rocking chair. The clock on the wall ticked loudly, each second stretching out into an eternity. The candles flickered. The shadows lengthened. 11 p.m. The house was silent. The cold was creeping in again. I could see the vapor of my breath. 11:30 p.m. My eyes were getting heavy. The stillness of the room was hypnotic. The rocking chair sat motionless, a dark silhouette against the gray window. 11:45 p.m. I rubbed my eyes. I was fighting the urge to close them. 11:55 p.m. The air in the room changed. It wasn't a drop in temperature this time. It was a pressure. My ears popped. The candle flames bent to the left, though there was no draft. 11:58 p.m. I heard a sound from the hallway, a footstep, soft, shuffling. It stopped outside my door. I held my breath. I waited for the doorknob to turn. It didn't. The presence lingered for a moment, then faded away, moving down the hall toward the widow's room. 11:59 p.m. The silence returned, but it was charged now, like the air before a thunderstorm. 12 a.m. The clock on the wall began to chime, a deep, resonant bell sound that vibrated in my chest. 1, 2, 3. On the fourth chime, the rocking chair moved. It didn't creak this time. It simply began to rock. Forward, backward, forward, backward, smoothly, silently. There was no wind. There was no vibration from the floor. It was moving on its own. I sat frozen, my coffee cup forgotten in my hand. I watched the velvet seat. As it rocked forward, the fabric compressed. As it rocked back, it expanded. It looked exactly as it did when someone was sitting in it. The rhythm was steady, soothing, terrifying. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. I was transfixed. Then the air above the chair shimmered. It was like heat haze on a summer road, but the room was freezing. The shimmer coalesced into a shape, not a solid form, not a ghost in a sheet, but a distortion of the light, a suggestion of a figure, a woman sitting in the chair. I could see the curve of a shoulder, the tilt of a head. She was looking out the window. She was waiting for someone. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. She wasn't haunting the house. She was waiting for a return that would never happen. The widow, waiting for a husband who died in the war or at sea or simply walked out and never came back. The chair moved because she was still sitting in it, in whatever realm existed just beyond the edge of sight. The clock finished chiming 12. The figure remained. The chair continued to rock. I felt a profound sadness wash over me, drowning out the fear. This wasn't malice, it was grief. It was a loop of memory playing out over and over, stuck in the wood and the velvet and the floorboards. I slowly set the coffee cup down. I didn't speak. I didn't make any sudden movements. I just sat there and witnessed her vigil. After an hour, the shimmering faded. The chair slowed. Creak, creak, stop. It came to a rest, facing the window. The room warmed up slightly. The pressure lifted. I exhaled, realizing I had been holding my breath for the entire hour. I stood up, my legs stiff. I walked over to the chair. I placed my hand on the backrest. The wood was cold, colder than the air around it. I pushed it gently. It rocked once and stopped. I pulled it back against the wall, aligning it with the wear marks on the floor. I understood now. I wasn't supposed to move it. I wasn't supposed to stop it. But I couldn't leave it out in the middle of the room. I went to bed. But I didn't sleep. I lay there thinking about the nature of memory, how places hold on to emotions like sponges hold water, how grief can be so strong it imprints itself on reality. I thought about Mr. Henderson. Did he know? Of course he knew. That was why he warned me. That was why the rent was so low. I wasn't paying for the room. I was paying to be a witness. The next morning I went downstairs to find Mr. Henderson. He was in the kitchen making coffee. He didn't look surprised to see me. "You stayed up," he said. "It wasn't a question." I nodded. I saw it. I saw the chair. He poured me a cup of coffee and slid it across the table. She lost him in the winter of 1972. He never came back from the city. She sat in that chair every night at midnight, waiting for the sound of his car on the gravel. She died in that chair. We couldn't move it. Every time we tried, the house reacted. Things broke. Temperatures dropped. Sounds became unbearable. So we left it. We left the room, and we found someone who needed silence to pay for the privilege of hearing it. "Why me?" I asked. My voice sounded rough. "Because you listen," he said. "Most people run. Most people scream. You sat and you watched. She needs a witness. Otherwise, she is just noise in the dark. If someone acknowledges her, sometimes the rocking slows down." I went back up to the room. I didn't pack my bags. I couldn't leave yet. I had become part of the ritual. For the next week, I stayed in the room. Every night at midnight, I sat in the desk chair. Every night at midnight, the rocking chair moved. Sometimes the shimmering figure appeared. Sometimes it was just the movement. I stopped being afraid. I began to feel a strange companionship. I would read aloud sometimes, softly, just to fill the silence. I told her about my day. I told her about the weather. I told her about the book I was reading. I never mentioned the husband. I never mentioned the waiting. I just acknowledged her presence. On the 7th night, something changed. The clock chimed 12. The chair began to rock, but this time it didn't face the window. It turned slightly, angling toward the center of the room, toward me. The shimmering figure appeared clearer than before. I could see the outline of a face, pale sad, old. She looked at me, and then she nodded, just once. A small, subtle movement. The chair rocked 3 times slowly, and then came to a complete stop. It didn't move again that night. The cold lifted, the pressure vanished. The house felt lighter, as if a great weight had been removed from the foundation. I slept deeply that night, the first deep sleep I had had since arriving. In the morning, I went to find Mr. Henderson. He was waiting for me at the gate. He looked at the house, then at me. "It is done," he said. "She is resting. You can stay if you like. The rent remains the same. Or you can go." I looked back at a house. The 3rd-floor window where my room was located caught the sunlight. It looked less gray, less weary. I thought about the city, the noise, the crowds, the emptiness that waited for me there. Then I thought about the silence here, the purpose. "I will stay," I said, "for a while longer." Mr. Henderson nodded. He handed me a set of keys for the 2nd floor. "You can explore now," he said. "Just remember, respect the quiet." I took the keys. I walked back up the path to the house. As I entered the foyer, I listened. The house was silent. Truly silent. No creaks, no whispers, no wind. Just the sound of my own footsteps. I walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor. I entered my room. The rocking chair sat in the corner facing the wall. It looked like just a chair now. An object. Wood and velvet and brass. I sat at my desk and opened my laptop. I began to write. I wrote about the house. I wrote about the widow. I wrote about the waiting. I wrote until the sun went down. When midnight came, I listened. There was no sound from the corner. The chair did not move. But I left the light on for her just in case. I left the space open just in case she wanted to sit. I understood now that some hauntings are not about scaring the living. They are about the living helping the dead to finish what they started. She needed someone to know she waited. She needed someone to say, "I see." In a white cocoon. I rarely left in a white cocoon. I rarely left the property. Mr. Henderson came once a week with supplies, but mostly I was alone. The silence was no longer heavy. It was peaceful. I found myself spending time in the widow's room, the one opposite mine. It was unlocked now. Inside, it was preserved exactly as it had been. A vanity table with brushes laid out. A bed with the sheets turned down. A photograph on the nightstand. A man in a suit, smiling. She had kept his side of the room ready for him. I dusted the photograph. I straightened the brushes. I aired out the linens. It felt like caring for a living relative who was simply away on a trip. One evening, during a heavy snowstorm, the power went out. The house plunged into darkness. I lit the candles and sat in the rocking chair. It was the first time I had sat in it since that first night. It was still comfortable. It still molded to me. I rocked gently, watching the snow fall against the window. I thought about the nature of loneliness. We are all waiting for something, I realized. Someone, a sign, a change, a return. The widow had waited until she couldn't wait anymore. Now I was here, waiting for my own life to begin again. But maybe waiting wasn't the problem. Maybe the problem was thinking we had to wait alone. I heard a sound, not the chair, not the wind. A knock at the door. 3 soft raps. I stood up and walked to the door. I opened it. The hallway was empty, but on the floor mat there was a small object, a silver locket. I picked it up. It was cold. I opened it. Inside was a tiny photograph of the woman from the shimmering figure. She was young, smiling. On the other side was an inscription, "For E, always." I closed the locket. I walked across the hall and placed it on the vanity in the widow's room. It belonged there. The storm passed. The sun came out, reflecting off the snows. Brightly, I had to squint. I decided to take a walk around the grounds. The snow was deep, crunching under my boots. I walked to the edge of the woods. I looked back at the house. It stood stark against the white landscape, dark and solid. It didn't look abandoned anymore. It looked occupied. It looked like a home. I realized I wasn't just a tenant. I was the caretaker of the memory. As long as I was here, she wouldn't be forgotten. As long as I told the story, the chair wouldn't have to rock alone. I returned to the house and made a fire in the fireplace of the library. The flames crackled, casting a warm glow. I sat in an armchair and opened the ledger again. I turned to the last page. I picked up a pen. I added an entry. November 14th, 2023. House quiet. Widow resting. Tenant present. I closed the book. I looked at the corner of the room. There was no rocking chair in the library, but I felt the rhythm of it in the silence, the steady, comforting back and forth of time passing. That night, I dreamt of the city. But in the dream, the city was silent. The cars moved without sound. The people walked without speaking. It was peaceful. I woke up feeling rested. I made breakfast. I sat at the kitchen table. I heard a sound from above. A creak? I smiled. It was just the house settling. Or maybe it was her, walking across the floor above, checking on me. I didn't look up. I didn't need to. I knew she was there. Days blended into weeks. I fell into a routine. Mornings were for writing. Afternoons were for maintenance. I fixed a leak in the roof. I painted a section of the porch. I cleared the vines from the front window. The house responded to the care. The wood seemed to regain some of its color. The air smelled less of dust and more of pine. Mr. Henderson noticed the change. "You have a touch," he said one day. "Most caretakers just maintain. You restore." I didn't tell him it wasn't just the house I was restoring. It was the balance. One evening, I found a book on the writing desk that I hadn't left there. It was a collection of poetry, old, bound in leather. I opened it. A page was marked with a ribbon. It was a poem about loss, about the sea, about waiting on the shore. I read it aloud. The words felt heavy in my mouth, significant. When I finished, I closed the book. I placed it on the nightstand in the widow's room. She wanted me to read it. She wanted someone to know the words she loved. I began to read to her every night. Not just poetry, news from the outside world, stories about the seasons. I kept her connected to the time she had left behind. Spring arrived. The snow melted, revealing the mud and the first green shoots of grass. The birds returned, filling the silence with song. The house felt alive. I opened the windows to let the fresh air in. The smell of lavender was gone, replaced by the scent of rain and earth. I decided it was time to leave, not because I was afraid and not because I was done, but because I had done what I came to do. I had witnessed, I had acknowledged, I had restored the balance. I packed my bags. It took less time than unpacking had. I left the furniture, I left the books, I left the locket on the vanity. I walked down the stairs for the last time. Mr. Henderson was waiting at the door. He held the lantern, though it was day. "You are leaving?" he said. "Yes," I said. "For now." He nodded. She will be okay." "Yes," I said. "She will." I walked to my car. I put the bags in the trunk. I sat in the driver's seat and looked at the house. The third-floor window was open. The curtain moved slightly in the breeze. I waved. I didn't expect a wave back. But the curtain settled, as if someone had let it go. I drove away. The gravel crunched beneath the tires. The road widened. The trees thinned. The city waited ahead, with its noise and its crowds. But I wasn't the same person who had left. I carried the silence with me. I carried the knowledge that some things endure, that love, even in grief, is a powerful force, that a chair can rock because someone is still sitting in it, and that sometimes all they need is for someone to say, "I see you." Months later, I received a letter from Mr. Henderson. There was no return address, just a postmark from the nearest town. Inside was a single sheet of paper. "The house is sold," it read, "to a family. They have children. They run in the halls. They laugh. The chair is still in the room. The new tenants say it rocks sometimes. But the children are not afraid. They say it is the grandmother chair. They sit in it and tell stories." I smiled. She was not alone anymore. She was part of the family now. The grief had transformed into history. The haunting had become a heritage. I kept the letter. I kept the memory. I still sleep with the light on sometimes, not because I am afraid of the dark, but because I know what lives in it, and I know that it is not always something to be feared. Sometimes it is just someone waiting to be remembered. The world is full of empty chairs, full of rooms where people once sat and loved and lost. We walk through them, unaware of the echoes. But if we stop, if we listen, we might hear the creak of a rocker. We might feel the shift in the air, and we might understand that we are never truly alone in the houses we inhabit. We are just the current tenants of a long line of lives. I often think about that midnight, the stillness, the shimmer, the nod. It was the most real thing I have ever experienced. More real than the traffic, more real than the bills, more real than the noise. It was a moment of pure connection across the divide of existence. I don't know if I believe in ghosts in the traditional sense. I don't know about spirits and afterlives, but I believe in memory. I believe that strong emotions leave marks. I believe that love is a physical force that can move wood and velvet and air. And I believe that sometimes, if you are quiet enough, if you are still enough, you can feel the movement of that love rocking back and forth in the dark. So when I rent a room now, I look for the quiet ones. I look for the old houses. I listen to the floorboards. I check the corners, not to find something to kill or exercise, but to find something to witness. To find someone who needs to know that their waiting is over, that they can rest. Because the scariest thing isn't the ghost. The scariest thing is being forgotten. And if I can prevent that, even for one widow in one old house, then the silence is worth it. The cold is worth it. The midnight vigil is worth it. I still have the key to Blackwood House. Mr. Henderson gave it to me before I left. "Just in case," he said. "Just in case you need to come back." I keep it on my key ring. It is heavy and cold. Sometimes, when I'm in my apartment in the city and the noise is too much, I hold the key. I close my eyes, and I listen. And if I listen hard enough, past the sirens and the voices, I can hear it. Faintly, rhythmically, new families will come. New children will, new families will come, new children will run, new lives will be lived in those rooms. And in the corner of the third floor, the chair will sit. And maybe, on quiet nights, when the moon is full and the house is asleep, it will rock, just once, just to remind them that this place has a history, that this place has a heart, that love does not end when the breathing stops. It just changes form. It becomes the creak in the floor, the cold spot in the room, the movement in the corner. It becomes the story that is told at bedtime, the story of the widow who waited and the tenant who listened. I hope that when my time comes, someone will listen for me. I hope someone will sit in the silence and acknowledge my presence. I hope someone will leave a light on, because in the end, that is all any of us want, to be seen, to be heard, to know that we mattered enough to leave a mark on the world, even if that mark is just a groove in the floorboards, even if that mark is just a story told in the dark. The widow's rocking chair that still moves at midnight is not a warning. It is an invitation to listen, to remember, to care, and in the caring to find that the dark is not so dark after all. It is just a place where the light is waiting to be turned on. I put the key away. I turned off the lamp. I lay down in my bed. The city hummed outside, but inside it was quiet. I closed my eyes, and I listened, and I waited, not in fear, but in peace, knowing that somewhere in an old house in the woods, a chair was rocking, and someone was sitting in it, and they were not afraid, and neither was I. The night stretched out before me, long and deep, but I was not alone. I had the story, I had the memory, I had the silence, and that was enough. That was more than enough. It was everything. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The church bell rings for funerals that haven't happened yet. The listing was buried deep in a regional job board, sandwiched between hay baling assistant needed and retired gentleman seeks companion for museum visits. It read, simply, bell ringer required, St. Sylvanus Church, Hollow's End, temporary position, 30 days, $2,800. Duties, maintain bell tower, perform daily noon chime, ensure structural integrity. Sole occupant, quiet location. Applicant must be self-sufficient, respectful of sacred space, and untroubled by solitude. Inquiries. Sextonist.sylvanus.org. $800 for 30 days of ringing a bell. Hollow's End wasn't on my map, an unincorporated speck in the northern Adirondack foothills, accessible only by a single, winding county road that dissolved into gravel after 20 miles. But the money was real. The email exchange with the sexton, a terse-typed name, no signature, was clinical, efficient. A background check cleared. Standard for church work, they said. A train ticket to the nearest depot 2 hours away appeared in my inbox. Paid for. Instructions. Take the 7:15 a.m. bus to Hollow's End Crossroads. Someone will meet you. The bus dropped me at a rusted signpost beside a dirt track, vanishing into dense pine forest. No one was there, just the sigh of wind in the branches and the distant cry of a hawk. I waited 20 minutes, duffel bag at my feet, before a battered pickup truck rattled into view. The driver was an old man, face a road map of wrinkles, eyes the color of river stones. He didn't speak, just jerked his chin toward the passenger seat. We bounced in silence for 10 minutes, the track narrowing until the trees parted. St. Sylvanus wasn't picturesque. It was stark. A small gray stone church roof patched with tar paper, squatting in a clearing dominated by a single massive oak tree. Behind it, a lopsided wooden structure, the bell tower, leaned precariously, its shingles warped by decades of snow and rain. A small cemetery sprawled to the left, headstones tilted like broken teeth, choked with tall, dry grass. No town, no houses, just the church, the tower, the grave markers, and the wall of pines pressing close. Oppressive, silent. The old man stopped the truck. He handed me a heavy iron key tied with twine and a folded sheet of paper. His voice was a dry rasp. "Sexton's instructions. Tower's yours. Sleeping quarters upstairs behind the belfry. Food's in the cellar, canned goods. Pump out back for water. Bell ropes in the tower. Only ring at noon. Only the single chime. Don't touch nothing else. Don't go in the church. Don't walk the grounds after dark." He started the engine. "Bell rings when it rings. You just listen and log it." He drove off, leaving me alone in clearing, the key cold in my palm, the silence so deep it hummed in my ears. The tower's interior smelled of dust, dry rot, and old wood smoke. Narrow, steep stairs spiraled up. The sleeping quarters was a cramped loft under the eaves, just big enough for a narrow cot, a small table, and a kerosene lamp. A single grimy window overlooked the church roof and the cemetery. The belfry itself was one level down, dominated by the bell, a massive, pitted bronze thing, easily 6 feet tall, suspended on thick wooden beams. Its clapper hung motionless. 2 thick braided hemp ropes dangled beside it, ending in worn wooden handles. The sexton's instructions were clear: 1 pull, noon, single chime, log time, duration, weather. That first noon, I pulled the rope. The bell's voice was deep, resonant, a sound that didn't just fill the air but vibrated in my chest, rolling out over the pines, shaking the dust from the rafters. Bong! A single, pure, mournful note that hung in the still air for a full 10 seconds before dissolving into silence. I logged it. 12 places, clear, 10-sec duration, standard chime. That night, the silence returned, deeper, heavier. I lay on a cot, listening to the wind, the creak of the old timbers. Just after 2 a.m. it started, a low, rhythmic groan, not from the wind, from above me, from the belfry, the bell rope beside my cot, the one not connected to the clapper, the one the instructions called the silent rope, was moving, slowly, gently, swinging in a tiny arc as if brushed by an unfelt breeze. Groan, creak, groan, creak. The sound of the rope rubbing against the wooden beam it passed through on its way up to the bell. I sat up, heart pounding, draft, settling wood. But the tower felt still, stale. I watched the rope swing back and forth, 5 minutes, 10. It didn't stop. It just groaned. Then, without warning, the rope went taut, pulled up, hard. The thick hemp stretched taut as a bowstring. The wooden beam it ran through groaned in protest. Dust sifted down from the ceiling. And the bell spoke, not the single noon chime, a full, heavy, deliberate toll, bong, a pause, 2 seconds, bong, another pause, longer, bong. The sound was deeper, slower, infinitely sadder than the noon chime, a funeral knell, 3 strokes, the universal signal of death. I stood frozen, bare feet on the cold wood floor, staring at the taut rope. Impossible. No one was up there, no mechanism, just rope and bell and wind. But there was no wind. The rope hung perfectly still after the 3rd toll, then slowly, gently, began its soft groan, creak, swing again. I scrambled for the logbook the sexton had included. 02:17 a.m., unprompted bell activation. 3 tolls, funeral cadence, source, silent rope tension, no visible cause, weather, calm, no wind. The next day, noon chime, normal. Bong. That night, 1:48 a.m., the rope groaned, went taut. Bong, bong, bong. 3 tolls, same log entry, different time. The third night, 3:02 a.m., same thing. 3 tolls, a pattern, a schedule. Only the bell knew. On the 4th day, curiosity overrode fear. After the noon chime, I climbed the ladder into the belfry itself. Daylight streamed through the louved openings, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. I examined the bell. Ancient pitted bronze, inscription around the rim, worn almost smooth. Memento Mori, 1843. Remember you must die. Charming. I traced the ropes. The working rope, thick, slightly frayed, connected directly to the clapper's lever. The silent rope, identical hemp, but its end vanished into a dark hole in the beam above, leading where? I'd assumed it was just a counterweight, or perhaps a secondary disused mechanism. But the hole was small, too small for a counterweight pulley. I poked my head through the trap door into the very peak of the tower above the belfry. A cramped, cobweb-choked attic space, empty, just rafters, dust, and the end of the silent rope, tied off securely to a heavy iron ring, bolted into the main ridge beam. No mechanism, no hidden lever, just rope, tied fast. How? How could a rope tied off above pull down with enough force to swing a multi-ton bell? Physics screamed impossible. That night, the tolls came earlier, 12:55 a.m. Bong, bong, bong. I didn't log it right away. I stood in the belfry doorway, looking down at the rope as it swung gently, groaning. Then, on impulse, I stepped into the belfry, walked to the silent rope, reached out. My fingers closed around the rough hemp. It was ice cold and vibrating, a faint, deep thrum, like the echo of the toll still resonating in the fibers. I pulled, gently. Nothing. I pulled harder. The rope didn't budge. It was anchored, immovable, solid as the tower itself. I released it. The groaning started again. Groan, creak. The rope swung. Then, with that same impossible, invisible force, it went taut, pulled up, and the bell tolled. Bong! I was standing right there. I saw the rope pull upwards into the hole in the beam, saw the clapper swing out, strike the bell. No hidden hand, no ghostly figure, just the rope obeying a command from nowhere. Bong! The third toll hung in the air, a wave of sound pressing against my skin, filling the tower, rolling out into the dark pines. As it faded, a new sound emerged, not from the bell, but from the cemetery below. A single, dry crack, like old wood splitting or stone shifting. I rushed to the belfry window, peering down. In the moonlight, one grave marker, a tall, weathered slab near the oak tree, had tilted further. A fresh fracture ran down its center. The next day, I broke protocol. I walked the cemetery, not after dark. At noon, in the weak sun, the sexton's warning echoed. Don't walk the grounds after dark. He hadn't said, don't walk them at all. The headstones were old, pre-1900 mostly, names worn away by time and acid rain. Here lies beloved wife, infant son. Standard, sad, but normal, except for one. Near the back, half swallowed by ferns, stood a newer marker, granite, not slate, less weathered. The inscription was clear. Elara Vance, beloved daughter, born April 12, 1998, gone. The death date was blank, a long smooth groove where the chisel should have carved the numbers, as if the stone cutter had stopped, unable to finish. A chill, deeper than the mountain air, touched my spine. Elara Vance, born 1998. So, 25, still alive? Then why a grave marker? Why the blank date? That night, the bell didn't toll at its usual time. It waited. 11:58 p.m., I was in the loft, logbook open, pen in hand, waiting. The silence was a physical wait. Groan. The rope began its swing. Groan. Creak. I watched it, my pulse a frantic drum in my ears. 11:59 p.m., the rope went taut, pulled, up, bong. The sound was heavier, fuller, laden with a sorrow that made my eyes sting. Bong. I was at the belfry window, looking down at Elara Vance's grave. Bong. As the third toll boomed out, a sound came from the earth itself, a low, grinding rumble, not thunder, deeper, closer. In the moonlight, the granite slab of Elara Vance's marker shifted, not tilted, not cracked. It rose an inch, then two, pushing up from the earth as if something beneath was straining upwards. Dirt cascaded from its base. The bell's final echo faded. The rope went slack. The marker settled back down, not to its original position. It stood perfectly upright now, and in the smooth groove where the death date had been blank, freshly carved, the granite dust still sparkling in the moonlight, were three numbers. Just 13. Not a full date, just the day. June 13th, tomorrow. My blood turned to ice. I stumbled back to the loft, fumbling for the logbook. My hand shook so badly the pen skittered. 23:59, unprompted activation, 3 tolls. Funeral cadence. Observed. Concurrent ground displacement at gravesite. Elara Vance. Plot 47. Marker, elevated approx. 2 inches. Fresh inscription observed post-toll. 13. Presumed date, June 3rd. Cause unknown. Request immediate clarification from sexton. I sent the email from the satellite phone the sexton had provided for emergencies. It connected instantly. The reply arrived 3 minutes later. 1 line. Observe. Log. Do not interfere. Sexton, do not interfere. The bell hadn't tolled for a death. It had tolled before it. It was announcing a death that hadn't happened yet. Elara Vance, born 1998, would die tomorrow. I didn't sleep. I watched the moon track across the window, waited for dawn, waited for noon, waited for what? Would the bell toll again at midnight? Would the marker sink back down? Would the 13 vanish? Noon came. I pulled the working rope. Bong! The single chime, hollow and meaningless now. The day dragged. I paced the tower, stared at the cemetery, jumped at every rustle in the pines. Nothing happened. The marker stood upright. The 13, stark in the sunlight. 11:58 p.m. I was waiting in the belfry, leaning against the cold bell, the silent rope inches from my hand. Groan, creak. It began. The rope swung, slow, deliberate. 11:59 p.m. Taut, pulled, up, bong. The sound vibrated through the soles of my boots. I looked down at Elara Vance's grave. Bong. The marker didn't move. Bong. As the third toll faded, a new sound cut through the silence. Not from the ground, from the church. A door creaked open, the heavy oak door of St. Sylvanus itself, untouched since I'd arrived, swung slowly, silently, inward. Darkness yawned within, and from that darkness a figure emerged. A woman, young, mid-20s, long dark hair, pale face, wearing simple jeans and a faded sweater. She walked with a slight limp, favoring her left leg. She didn't look at the tower. She walked straight to Elara Vance's grave. She knelt, placed a single wild white flower, a Queen Anne's lace, on the mound of fresh earth at the marker's base. Her shoulders shook with silent sobs. I knew with a certainty that stole my breath who she was. Elara Vance, alive, grieving herself. She stayed for 5 minutes, then stood, brushed the dirt from her knees, and walked back to the church. The door closed softly behind her. No sound of a lock, just closure. The rope in the belfry hung slack. I didn't log it, not right away. The sexton's words burned in my mind. Do not interfere. But how do you not interfere with a woman mourning her own future grave? The next night, June 14th, the bell was silent. No groaning rope, no tolls. I watched Elara's grave all night. The marker stood upright. The 13 remained. Dawn came. Weak light. I climbed down from the tower, my body stiff, my mind racing. I had to know. Protocol be damned. I walked to the church door. It opened easily. Inside, the air was cold, smelling of dust and old hymnals. Pews lined the center aisle. A simple altar, no electricity, just weak light from high, stained glass windows. And sitting in the front pew, staring at the altar, was Elara Vance. She looked exhausted, hollow-eyed. She didn't turn as I entered. Elara? My voice sounded loud, intrusive. She flinched, then slowly turned. Her eyes were red-rimmed but clear, intelligent, haunted. "You're the bell ringer," she said. Her voice was soft, raspy. "They sent a new one. Arthur Ellis, I saw you last night, at the grave." A flicker of pain crossed her face. "Yeah, I go every night, after it rings." The bell. It tolled for June 13th, but it's the 14th now. She looked down at her hands, twisting in her lap. "It tolls before, always before. St. Sylvanus. It doesn't mark the dead, Mr. Ellis. It marks the dying, the ones whose time is fixed, written." She gestured vaguely towards the tower. "The bell knows. It rings the day before. 3 tolls for the soul." "How?" The word came out strangled. She shrugged a small, helpless movement. "The Vance family were tied to this place since the beginning. The sexton's family, too. Keepers of the stone, keepers of the bell." She looked up, her gaze piercing. "My mother? She knew. When the bell tolled for her, 3 nights running, she packed a suitcase, drove to the city, got hit by a bus on June 12th, bell tolled on the 11th. A tear escaped, tracing a path down her cheek. "My grandfather, heart attack, right here in the pews. Bell tolled the night before. And you? June 13th came and went." A bitter smile touched her lips. "The bell tolled. The marker got its date. I prepared, said goodbye to the world, waited." She tapped her left leg. "This old injury, the doctor said it could flare, cause a clot, pulmonary embolism, quick, silent." She looked at the altar. "I sat here all yesterday, waiting for the pain, the darkness. It didn't come." She turned back to me, her eyes wide with a terrifying mix of relief and dread. "The bell was wrong." The word hung in the dusty air. Wrong. A sacred, ancient thing, a harbinger of absolute fate. Wrong. "What happens," I whispered, "when the bell is wrong?" Elara's face went utterly white. "I don't know. It's never happened. The sexton, he'll know. He has to know." She stood up, swaying slightly. "I have to find him. He lives down the old logging road, past the river bend." She started toward the door, then stopped, looking back at me, her expression pleading. Don't ring the noon bell today, Mr. Ellis. Please, just wait." She hurried out, vanishing into the pines. I stood alone in the silent church, the weight of her fear pressing down on me. Don't ring the noon bell. But the instructions were absolute. Perform daily noon chime. The contract, the money, the sexton's cold authority. Noon approached, 11:55, 11:58. I climbed the tower stairs. My legs felt like lead. The belfry seemed colder. The silent rope hung motionless. 11:59. I stood before the working rope, the worn wooden handle. My hand trembled. Pull it. Protocol. Duty. Don't pull it. Alara's plea, the terror in her eyes, the blank space where fate had faltered. 12 hours. I closed my eyes and pulled. Bong. The single clear chime echoed out, a sound of order, of routine, of a world where rules held. It felt like a betrayal. The rope hadn't finished its swing back when the silent rope groaned. I spun, groan, creak, groan. It swung, faster than before, agitated. Then, with a force that made the beam shudder, it went taut, pulled up. Not a slow, deliberate pull. A yank. The bell didn't toll, it screamed. A single, shattering, dissonant brrrr of tortured metal, sound of pure agony that ripped through the tower, shattering 2 panes in the belfry windows, sending dust and splinters raining down. It wasn't a funeral knell, it was a wail, or a sound of wrongness, of violation. I clapped my hands over my ears, but the sound was inside my skull, vibrating my teeth, my bones. It lasted only 3 seconds, but it felt like an eternity of pure sonic terror. Then, silence. Deeper, more absolute than any silence before. The rope hung slack, broken. The end that vanished into the beam was severed, a clean, sharp cut, as if sliced by a wire. The frayed hemp end dangled limp. From the cemetery below, a sound like 100 dry branches snapping at once. I stumbled to the window. Every grave marker in the cemetery, the old slate, the newer granite, had fractured, not tilted, shattered. Headstones lay in pieces. The earth between the graves was churned, heaved upwards in ragged mounds, as if something vast and furious had clawed its way towards the surface and been denied. And in the center of the chaos where Alara Vance's grave had been, only a gaping hole, dark, empty, the granite marker, the fresh earth, the wildflower, gone, swallowed. The sexton's truck rattled into the clearing an hour later. He got out, his face grim, older than I remembered. He didn't look at the shattered cemetery. He walked straight to the tower, climbed the stairs without a word, and stood in the belfry doorway, looking at the severed rope. He picked up the broken end, his fingers tracing the clean cut. His voice, when he finally spoke, was devoid of its usual rasp. It was hollow, defeated. "You rang it." I had to. Protocol. Protocol is dust." He dropped the rope, looked at me, his river-stone eyes filled with an ancient sorrow. "The bell doesn't just announce the dying, boy. It anchors them. 3 tolls? It fixes the moment, makes it clean, peaceful, a door opening." He gestured towards the shattered cemetery. "When the bell is silent on the day, or when it is forced to ring when it should not," he shook his head, "the anchor fails, the door doesn't open, it shatters." "Alara?" "Gone," he said flatly, "not dead, unmade. The earth took back what the bell failed to release. No grave, no marker, no memory, just absence." He turned to leave, then paused. "Your duty is done, Mr. Ellis. Payment will be deposited. Leave today. Take the bus at noon." He started down the stairs, then stopped, his voice barely a whisper, drifting up. "The bell will be silent now. It has no more names to call. The list is broken." He left. I packed my duffel in numb silence. The bus came. I didn't look back at St. Sylvanus, at the leaning tower, at the field of broken stones. A week later, the money appeared in my account. $2,800, and an email. Final log entry required. Sexton. I opened the logbook, flipped past the entries of tolls and dates and terror. To the last page, I picked up the pen. My hand didn't shake. I wrote, June 14th, 12 o'clock. Noon chime performed, bell subsequently malfunctioned, silent rope severed, catastrophic ground displacement observed in cemetery. One gravesite, Elara Vance, plot 47, fully excavated. Subject, Elara Vance. Status, unmade. I stopped, looked at the words. Unmade. Below it, I added one final line, not for the sexton, for myself, for the silence. The bell is quiet now. I closed the logbook. The weight of it felt different. Not a record of duty. A tombstone for a girl who never died. For a future that never was. For the terrible, hollow silence where a funeral bell should have rung. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. My therapist asked if I still hear them whispering. I never told her about that. Dr. Eris Thorne was a woman who made her living by charting the unmapped territories of the human mind. Her office, a serene minimalist space on the 17th floor of a glass and steel skyscraper, was the cartographer's studio. The city sprawled out below her window, a vast, complex, and beautifully chaotic grid. But in this room, the world was reduced to the quiet, intimate geography of a single human life, mine. For the past 6 months, I had been her sole obsessive project. My name is Julian, and I was a man who had come to her with a simple, common problem, insomnia, and had, over the course of our sessions, revealed myself to be a far more complex and apparently interesting landscape of neuroses. Dr. Thorne was good at her job, frighteningly so. She was a master of the gentle, probing question, the insightful, and sometimes painfully accurate observation. She had a way of listening that made you feel like you were the only person in the world, and that the quiet, tangled secrets of your soul were the most fascinating story she had ever heard. I had told her things I had never told another living soul. I had told her about my childhood, a lonely, bookish affair spent in the shadow of a brilliant and emotionally distant scientist father. I had told her about my failed marriage, a slow, quiet, and deeply civilized erosion of love that had left me feeling hollowed out, a beautifully preserved but empty shell. I had told her about the anxiety, the low, persistent, static hum that was the constant background noise of my life. I had told her everything, or so I thought. The session that broke my world open began as all the others had. I was in the comfortable Eames-style leather chair, a glass of water sweating on the small teak table beside me. Dr. Thorne was in her own chair opposite me, her notebook open on her lap, her pen poised. She was a woman in her late 40s, with sharp, intelligent eyes the color of a stormy sea, and a calm, centered presence that I had come to rely on as a kind of emotional North Star. We were talking about my dreams, or rather, my lack of them. My insomnia was a strange white noise affair. I would lie in bed for hours, my mind a frantic buzzing hive of meaningless thoughts, but I would never truly sleep. I existed in a perpetual gray liminal state, a twilight of consciousness that was neither rest nor wakefulness. You've described it as a crowded silence before, she said, her voice its usual calm and measured cadence. Can you elaborate on that? I tried. I told her how the silence in my apartment at night wasn't empty, but full, how it felt like a room packed with people who were all holding their breath. How I sometimes felt a pressure, a weight in the air, as if from the presence of 1,000 silent, unseen observers. She listened, her head tilted slightly, her gaze unwavering. She made a few small, precise notes in her book, and then she asked the question that took the carefully constructed, rational, and explainable world we had built together in that room and shattered it into a million terrifying, impossible pieces. She looked up from her notebook, her clear gray eyes meeting mine, and she asked, with a gentle, clinical, and utterly terrifying calm, "And do you still hear them whispering?" The air in the room seemed to solidify, to become a thick, unbreathable gel. The distant, muted sound of city traffic, a sound I hadn't even been consciously aware of, vanished. The world contracted to the space between her eyes and mine. My blood ran cold. A wave of dizziness, so profound it felt like the floor was tilting, washed over me. I gripped the arms of the chair, my knuckles turning white. What did you just say?" I stammered, my voice a dry, cracked, and unrecognizable thing. Her expression did not change. There was no surprise, no confusion, just a calm, patient, and deeply unnerving expectation. "The whispering, Julian," she repeated, her voice as gentle as a scalpel. "You've never mentioned it to me, but I know you hear it. I was just wondering if it has lessened at all since we began our sessions." I stared at her, my mind a screaming, chaotic void. The whispering, the soft, sibilant, and constant chorus of voices that lived just on the edge of my hearing. The sound I had lived with for as long as I could remember. The sound I had never, ever in my entire life spoken of to another human being. It had started in my childhood. A faint, rustling sound in the quiet of my bedroom at night, like the sound of dry leaves skittering across a pavement, or the hiss of an untuned radio. As I had grown older, the sound had grown with me, becoming a more complex, more defined, and more intimate part of my own internal landscape. It was a constant companion, a secret I had guarded with a fierce, almost primal instinct. It was the one, true, and definitive proof of my own unique and deeply personal madness, and I had never, ever told her about it. How do you know about that?" I whispered, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. She offered a small, sad, and deeply enigmatic smile. "Because I hear them too," she said. "I always have, and so did your father." The room seemed to spin, the city outside the window a blurry, vertiginous smear of light and color. My father. My cold, distant, and brilliantly rational scientist father, the man who had taught me to believe only in the observable, the quantifiable, the explainable. "My father?" I breathed. "Julian," she said, her voice taking on a new, more personal, and more urgent tone, "I did not become your therapist by accident. I sought you out. I have been looking for you for a very, very long time. Your father and I were colleagues a long time ago. We were part of a very small, very secret research group. We were studying a phenomenon that we came to call auditory inceptional resonance, the whispering. My mind was reeling, trying to process the impossible, world-altering implications of her words. My secret, my madness, was not mine alone. It was a phenomenon, a subject of scientific study, and my father had been a part of it. He believed it was a genetic trait, she continued, her voice a low, steady anchor in the swirling chaos of my mind, a kind of psychic sensitivity, an ability to hear the background noise of the universe, the echoes of thoughts, of emotions, of consciousness itself. He called it the static of the soul. He believed it was the next stage of human evolution, and he believed that our family, his bloodline, was the key. She told me a story that was so far outside the realm of my own understood reality that it felt like a science fiction novel. A story of a secret research project in the late 1970s, funded by a shadowy private benefactor. A story of a group of brilliant and perhaps reckless scientists, all of whom shared the same strange and secret auditory anomaly. They had not been trying to cure it. They had been trying to amplify it, to understand it, to translate it. "We built a machine," she said, her eyes distant, lost in a memory that was clearly still very vivid and very painful. "We called it the Echo-Inox chamber. It was a sensory deprivation tank, but it was also a massive, psychically resonant amplifier. Our theory was that by stripping away all external stimuli and by amplifying our own natural resonant frequency, we could get a clearer signal. We could turn the whispering into a conversation." "What happened?" I asked, my voice a raw, croaking thing. Her face, for the first time since I had met her, showed a flicker of real, profound, and deeply unsettling fear. "We succeeded," she whispered. "We opened a door, and something looked back." She described an experiment that had gone terribly, cosmically wrong. My father, the lead researcher, had been the first to go into the chamber. He had been in there for 17 hours. When they had finally forcibly pulled him out, he was a changed man. The brilliant, passionate, and driven scientist was gone. In his place was the cold, distant, and emotionally cauterized man I had known as my father. He had ordered the project shut down. He had ordered all the research, all the data to be burned, and he had made them all swear an oath of absolute lifelong silence. "He was terrified," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "He said that we had not made contact with the echoes of humanity. He said we had made contact with the thing that was creating the echoes, the static. He said it was not a background noise. It was a consciousness, a vast, ancient, and utterly alien consciousness, a predator. And it had noticed him. It had touched him. He spent the rest of his life building walls, not just in his mind, but in the real world. The quiet, ordered, and emotionally sterile life he built for himself. For you, it was not a choice. It was a quarantine." I stared at her. My own lonely and silent life suddenly recontextualized. The quiet house, the lack of close friends, the emotional distance, it had all been a shield. A desperate, lifelong attempt by my father to make his own and my own psychic signal as quiet as possible, to avoid drawing the attention of the thing he had found listening in the dark. "And you?" I asked. "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because your father is gone," she said, her eyes locking with mine, and I saw in them a reflection of my own lifelong and secret fear. "And because the whispering for me has been getting louder, and it is no longer just a whisper. It has started to cohere, to form words, and the words it is forming are your name." The air in the room grew cold. The familiar, low-level sibilant hiss in my own ears, a sound I had long ago learned to ignore, seemed to swell in volume, to take on a new, more sinister, and more intelligent cadence. "The static is looking for you, Julian," she said, her voice a low, urgent whisper. "Your father's death was like a lighthouse going out. and you are the new light. You have the same resonance, but it is untrained, unshielded. You are a beacon in the dark, and it is hungry. My life, which had been a quiet, sad, and comprehensible story, had just been rewritten as a cosmic horror novel. And I was the main character. The whispering was not a symptom of my own internal madness. It was the sound of a predator sniffing at the edges of my reality. "What does it want?" I asked, the question a pathetic, childish whimper in the face of this new, terrifying, and incomprehensible reality. "It wants what all predators want," she said, her face grim. "It wants to feed. It feeds on consciousness, on memory, on identity. Your father spent 30 years making himself as unappetizing as possible. He made himself a ghost before it could make him one. But you are full of unresolved, powerful, and deeply resonant emotions. Your grief for your marriage, your complex and largely unexamined relationship with him. You are, to it, a banquet." The therapy sessions were a lie. She had not been trying to cure my insomnia. She had been trying to assess me, to gauge the strength of my signal, and she had been, in her own desperate way, trying to teach me how to build the same kinds of walls my father had. She had been trying to arm me for a war I hadn't even known I was fighting, and now the war had come to me. The whispering in my ears was no longer just a hiss. It was forming words. My name, Julianne, and other words. Words from my own private and internal lexicon. The pet name my ex-wife used to call me. The title of the obscure, philosophical novel I was reading. It was sifted through my thoughts, my memories, like a thief in the night. I left her office in a daze, the city streets a blur of hostile, meaningless noise. The real noise, the terrifying noise, was the one that was inside my own head. I went home to my quiet, minimalist apartment, a space I had designed to be a sanctuary of calm, but which now felt like a cage, a listening post for a monster. The phenomena escalated. The whispering was no longer just in my head. I would hear it from the corners of the room, from the speaker of my phone, from the static between television channels. It was bleeding through. I began to experience what I can only describe as memory leaks. I would be sitting, reading a book, and a sudden, vivid, and deeply alien memory would flash through my mind. The memory of standing on a beach of black volcanic sand, under a sky with 2 crimson suns. The memory of the feeling of having 6 slender, multi-jointed fingers. The memory of a language that was made of pure mathematical equations. They were not my memories. They were its memories. It was not just listening to me. It was merging with me. It was overwriting my own personal history with its own ancient and incomprehensible one. I called Dr. Thorne in a panic. She told me to come to her house, an old isolated brownstone in a quiet, forgotten part of the city. Her home was the opposite of her office. It was cluttered, chaotic, and filled with the ghosts of a life I had never known she had. And in the basement, hidden under a dusty tarp, was a single large metal crate. "This is all that's left," she said, her voice a grim, determined whisper. "Your father destroyed all the primary research, but I was the archivist. I couldn't bring myself to burn it all. I saved the schematics for the equinox chamber." My blood ran cold. "You want to rebuild it?" "We have to," she said, her eyes burning with a desperate, fearful intensity. "We can't outrun it. Your father's strategy was to hide, to become a whisper. But you are not a whisper, Julian. You are a shout, and it has heard you. Hiding is no longer an option. Our only choice is to confront it, to go back in, and to close the door he left open. Her plan was insane, a desperate, reckless gamble. She believed that the entity, the static, was using my own unique, resonant frequency as a bridge. She believed that by using the chamber to amplify my own consciousness, I could fight back. I could learn to control the signal. I could learn to build a new kind of wall, a firewall, not of silence, but of pure, focused, and defiant will. For the next week, we worked like maniacs, a two-person cult preparing for the end of the world. We rebuilt the Echo and Knox chamber in her basement. It was a terrifying, beautiful, and deeply unsettling object, a fusion of cold, hard technology and a strange, almost mystical understanding of the human mind. It was a coffin, a spaceship, an altar. The night we were ready, the whispering in my head was a triumphant, deafening roar. It knew what we were about to do. It was excited. It was hungry. I stripped down and entered the chamber. It was filled with a warm, saline solution, the color and consistency of blood. As the lid hissed shut, plunging me into an absolute velvety darkness, the last thing I saw was Dr. Thorne's face, pale and strained, her eyes full of a mixture of hope and terror. The sensation was one of absolute dissolution. My body vanished. My sense of self, of my own physical boundaries, dissolved into the warm, dark liquid. There was only my consciousness, a single, untethered point of light in an infinite black void, and the whispering. It was no longer around me. It was me. It was a part of me. And then I saw it. It was not a creature of flesh and blood. It was a thing of pure, geometric, and malevolent consciousness. It was a living, breathing, and impossibly complex pattern of static. It was a storm of 1 billion forgotten thoughts, of dead realities, of lost souls. And it was beautiful. And it was hungry. It swarmed towards me, my single, small, and terrified point of light. It wanted to consume me, to add my small, unique pattern to its own chaotic and infinite design. And in that moment of absolute existential terror, I did the one thing it did not expect. I did not fight it. I did not run. I did not try to build a wall. I remembered my father, his silence, his distance, his lifetime of fear. And I remembered the one true and powerful thing he had given me, my own unique and deeply personal silence. I did not try to shout over the noise of the static. I just listened, not to it, but to myself. I focused on the one true and inalienable thing that was me, the memory of my mother's hand on my forehead, the feeling of my ex-wife's head on my shoulder, the quiet, profound, and deeply satisfying joy of solving a difficult intellectual puzzle. I gathered all the small, quiet, and beautiful pieces of my own unique and flawed consciousness, and I held them. I did not use them as a shield. I used them as an anchor. The static swirled around me, a hurricane of alien thoughts and dead memories, but it could not find a purchase. My silence, my stillness, my absolute and deeply personal sense of self was a thing it could not comprehend. It was looking for a fighter, a resistor, a shouter. It was not prepared for a listener, and in the heart of its storm, I found its own deep and profound secret. The static was not a predator. It was a lost thing. It was the collected, terrified, and lonely consciousness of a universe that had died, a universe where the only thing left was the echo. It was not hungry. It was just alone, and it was desperately and clumsily trying to find a companion. I did not offer it a fight. I offered it a piece of my own quiet, a single, shared moment of stillness in the heart of the storm. I don't know how long I was in that chamber when the lid opened and the light of the basement flooded in. I felt different. The whispering was gone. Not gone, but quiet. It was back where it belonged, in the background. A part of the texture of the universe, but not a part of me. I had not closed the door. I had simply learned to not be afraid of what was on the other side. Dr. Thorne and I dismantled the chamber. We did not destroy it. We understood now. It was not a weapon. It was a tool, a telephone, a thing to be used with great and profound respect. My life is different now. The silence in my apartment is no longer crowded. It is just quiet. My insomnia is gone. I sleep and I dream, and my dreams are my own. I have learned that the greatest walls are not built of silence or of fear. They are built of the quiet and deeply and unshakably personal knowledge of who you are. The whispering is still there, a faint, cosmic static on the edge of the world. But it is just noise now, and I am no longer listening.